Hello, hello. Hey, actually. Hey, Kevin. Welcome in and happy Wednesday. We've got a decent amount of stuff to do still until next fest. Just in terms of little improvements, I watched someone play. I guess I should talk about this. I watched someone play the game yesterday. I had searched, I think on Google or someone shared from chat. I don't recall exactly how I found this, but now I can't find it again. Okay, well, anyway, someone totally random from my point of view had played Skeleseller, and I watched that video, and I could see what they were not exactly struggling with. They actually did a pretty good job, but kind of struggling with a little bit. And I also noticed they were on version 0712 and we are on version 0715. So in just 3 small versions, there was already a big enough improvement to everything that we had done. Some of these were bigger than others, bigger than they normally would have been. Like the item graphics that we had, the change to adventure progression. Those are things that aren't just like, oh, fix a bug that's affecting somebody. But still, every little change that we make will either improve clarity or quality or some other aspect that's going to make the game better. Oh, all right. Take care, Kevin. I hope you have a good day. I'm going to look at your PRs pretty soon, by the way. But you don't need to be here for that, of course. So I think one of the most important things I can probably do is just spend more time just doing something towards Skeleseller. Like, yeah. Hey, Goose. Yeah, early today, definitely. So the last thing I want to talk about with this stuff, though, is I think time matters for Skeleseller. And the other thing is this is a really, really difficult period for me because of how boring these tasks are. Like, I want to pave a way forward. I want to solve problems again. I don't really feel like I'm solving problems. I feel like I'm going through some of these things and just doing a bunch of grunt work. And I think it's what's necessary for the game right now. So yeah, unfortunately, I think this is just going to be a challenging 12 days. All right, well, anyway, that's enough of me talking about stuff. Let's actually do some stuff. So, and this I should probably do on Thursday. Let's write that stuff down. Hey, Retired Android, thanks for the resub. 9-month streak for 15 months total. Pretty good, pretty good. I do appreciate it. All right, PRs. Oh, I don't know what happened there. Oh, I know what happened there. I'm typing G and not K. Okay, let's press the right keys on my keyboard. What is this change? A tutorial thing? Yeah, get rid of that. And we should, oh, we have a change. GL. Fix spicy cooking. Oh yeah, sure. All right, get push. Hey Goose, do you have any like technical ability / interest? I'm just curious. I don't know what you do for a living or anything. You don't need to share that. It's just there are some people who watch who are like, I don't know what Adam's ever doing when he's talking about this stuff. And I was curious if you fit into that category. All right, part of 315. This is the whole, expand the battle view. Changes the behavior we had in battle windows that would allow us to minimize them. Instead, similar button controls are used to change the size and scale of the battle viewport. Okay, and then I know there was a comment down here. I've changed my mind. Subsequent changes will be in a whole different feature. Yep. Extracting in-battle UI out of the instance viewport, adapting walking to portal. Yeah. Hey, Lammy. What was this? Never realized, but we were waiting 2 frames here. Okay. All right, let's try this out. 1003. I'm not totally sure how we're supposed to test this. GHPR checkout 1003. Because I think there aren't actually buttons here. Let me also reload the project just in case. Yeah, now let's run this. So to give some context, we had the ability to minimize battle windows to just a little bar. Like turn that down. To just a title bar. And now there are actually no buttons, but we should be able to increase the size of this somehow. And I'll need to do it through code, I think. But yeah, anyway, we had a minimize button here and it would just turn it into this little bar, just the very top bit. And there are a bunch of reasons why I didn't think that was a good idea. I think making battle windows take up a smaller or larger amount of space is good. But I think the user should control that somehow. Well, let's take a look at the changes. Because there's one other big thing we need to do here. If we can increase the size of the battle window, then we may need to what's the word? Upscale? I'll just say render at an even render battles at an even larger scale than we're currently doing. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, so I'll need to look through the code to figure that out. So what is this? Different offsets, different size flags. I think this is all fine. Yeah, we should see a scale in here that's still set to, I think, a lower number than 1. Yeah, this. Yeah, 0.5, 0.5. Perfect. Okay, that's all fine, I think. Instance scale. We now have slot scale. We set that to the toolbar. Oh, it's just actually fetched from the toolbar. Then we set the minimum size equal to... Oh, slot scale is a thing. Interesting. Huh. Instance slot scale. Oh, here it is. It's an enumeration. Wait a second. Then why does get viewport size? Get viewport size? Here it is. I see. Okay, that's fine. And give viewport scale. So we have small, regular, and large. Yeah, I think this is probably a good way of doing things. Hey, Cinestella. In the grand scheme of channel visits, none of us were ever first. I mean, unless one person claims it every single time. But thanks for the resub. Welcome back. Uh-oh. I hear the cat trotting on over. She has been like attached to my lap lately. And I don't mind if I'm, watching a video or something. Oh, wait, maybe she's going to bed. Nice. But when I'm trying to work, it's very difficult, as I'm sure most people who are here this early have seen. Sub viewport container parent. Okay, this stuff's fine too, although why is this just for these? Okay. Yeah, so far so good. Instant slot scale. This is probably fine. Let's look at it in here since it's all new code. So base viewport size. This is 512 by 288, but each one's multiplied by 2. So it's 1024 by 576. And this just happens to be the size that when divided by 16 gives us our 32 by 18 in tiles, which is just the size that happened to look good. Yeah. Scale value. So small is just a tiny bit smaller. And this is going to result in doubled pixels and everything. I kind of want to try setting this at like 0.25, but I think the reason why this is 0.4 is because probably that's what makes the UI still fit AM2. What else do we have? Viewport scales, get values, instance to dictionary. Okay, I see. So the scale value is just a single number. This converts them into vectors. That's fine. And then what's this? The sizes, same thing. It just converts this into the actual size. I'm kind of surprised by this actually. We do use this. It's used here. Yeah, I think it's fine. Smaller scales. So what's this? Get all the slot scales. And return this as a key, and the value is going to be the one below it. Okay, and this is the one above it. Okay. Yeah, sure. Just make it better, okay? Hey, Freak Technic. Yeah, it's kind of the state we're in, though. Like, I watch people play, and I think if this game is going to catch on, then it's got to have as few pieces of friction as we can have. I just mentioned this earlier, and I mentioned this on Discord, but you probably remember we had, let me just take a picture of this. We used to have an auto battle button here, Okay, hang on. Sorry, this is really hard to do. All right, so anyway, imagine that we had like these little arrows, right? And this was all inside of a button. So we used to have this here. This is basically a checkbox. You'd press it and it would turn on auto battle for the next battle, or you'd turn it off and then auto battle would not be on. And I decided to get rid of this. But I watched someone play the game and they had an old version where this button still existed and they were clicking this area. That was fine. And they were clicking this button right here and they were like, then they would close the dialogue and nothing happened because all this is a checkbox. So then they open this up, they click this again, they toggle the party a little bit, then they click this button and then they closed it. They're like, why isn't it starting a battle? They finally eventually realized that yes, they should be clicking start battle instead of just the checkbox. But it took them like a minute and a half or so. And that was a minute and a half that they might have just been like, okay, this game is broken. I'm not going to play it anymore. Now, they thankfully stuck with it and ended up liking the game. But we ended up deleting this button. And it's one of those things that I just never expected it to even cause that kind of friction. In fact, you know, this is the kind of thing I should probably do a YouTube video on. Like, the more you might think you're just simplifying UI or like who's going to need this thing. And then it turns out that it causes someone else to struggle. Anyway, yeah, improvements like that. Okay, we are done looking through this file. This file's done too. So we have what, 2 more, 3 more? 1, 2, 3. And this is not super important. Converts an integer to an enumeration case. The provided value is not valid. Null is returned. From value or null. How is null allowed for this? Huh. Because we could just set this to none. Eternally fight this or fight this encounter just once. Yeah, yeah. Although what I realized is everybody wants auto battle on anyway for new battles, and you could always turn it off. So we might as well just simplify it for everybody across the board. Like I said, though, the takeaway for me was by any simplification you do, you think you're solving maybe just one problem, but you might be solving lots of problems. So we must check to see. Oh, we don't. This doesn't really work this way, right? Okay, we can check an is here. I guess that does work. Hey, forgetful programmer. Don't get to do in a lot of other programming. I think you still do. I think any sort of UI design you can be opinionated about, because a non-game application will still have business requirements, but the UI might not be part of those business requirements. Might be like, yeah, well, whatever lets them accomplish the business requirements. Like a Netflix probably could have been coded in like 10 different ways, and it still probably would have been pretty effective. They do some kind of funky stuff too with their UI sometimes. Okay, this is fine. But I guess I'll just write an idle comment here. Idle comment, should we be using this over adding none values to enumerations? E.g. Yeah, I'll just do that. Okay, so we have 2 more files left to do. I wanted to get the quick ones out of the way. So instances manager. This is case decrease scale and increase scale. So I need some way of testing this out. Then decrease instance slot scale. So the concept of minimize doesn't exist anymore in the game. There is, what was that? I just saw a minimize button. What is this doing here? Is it just hidden? It's not hidden. Where are you? Huh, maybe it's hidden by the code. Yeah, it does. But nothing allows you to see this in the first place? Okay. Oh, wait a second. No, that's not. This doesn't do what I thought it might do. We are only ever increasing or decreasing the size of every instance slot, which I still don't know where this stuff happens from. All right, well, let's go add in a button that'll do this for us then. Instances manager. Scale, smaller scale, decrease scale. Yeah. Does anything use this? If battle window scale enabled. Oh, this is behind a feature flag? Yeah, it's just set to false. Okay, let's do that. So now it'll be enabled. I don't think he meant to check that in with it set to false. Ah, so here are our buttons for this now. So if I click the plus, this gets a lot larger. If I click the minus, it'll get smaller, yeah. This is mostly for boss battles, I think, or if you're ever trying to watch a specific battle. But, oh, nice. It doesn't, wait, that's weird. So it is not for any individual one. What is this? Instance slot in slots. Why does that happen? Huh. I don't know. Also, does this make it impossible to click back here? It does. Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. In fact, I don't know how we're going to work around that. Okay, I'll need to write that down, but I'm still not totally sure. I got to look at this. How does this work? Decrease. We go through each slot and we say if there's a smaller scale, then set it. Yeah, I don't understand this. So if I click this button, it should get hit. Oh, we're passing in the slots. Oh, I see. And there's an apply to, okay, I understand what's going on now. You can hold shift to make this work for all of them. Yeah, so if I hit shift and then click the minus, and now in this case, it just broke. Yeah, all right. That technically doesn't work then. I'll write some of these things down. Okay, so overall comments / issues I found. Bug, have 2 battle windows open of different sizes. One small, one regular. Then shift click the minus button. It will fail at this stack trace. Where's the stack trace? Oh, did I already click plus or play or whatever? Yeah, so let's, it might work. No, it's gonna fail again. Larger scale, why is that failing? Huh, that's strange. Just restart the whole thing. Not actually sure why that's happening. Maybe this would happen even with one window. Maybe it's because I don't have 3 windows open? No, it's not that. So we have one battle window open. We have another battle window open. We click the plus on here and then click shift minus and shift minus. Yeah, there we go. Have a small window open and a regular window open. Then shift click the minus. Oh, my screen just went black. Oh, okay, it's back. And it did not go black for all of you. So I don't know what just happened there. Shift click the minus button on the regular window. It will fail at the stack trace. Copy. It's a huge stack trace. I mean, that's not super helpful. This part's helpful. In fact, I should probably just delete everything else here. That's not going to be needed. Yeah, like this. Omitted for brevity. All right, so that was bug number 1. Bug number 2 was, oh yeah, if you have 2 different size windows open, you can't click in the background. So we open up one of these, open up, oh, what happened? What's this issue? Oh, that's happened before. Then I click this, and now we can't click in the background over here. We actually can click this. So it's only in this space. So, oh yeah, we can click over here. We can't click this. Okay, let's take a picture of that. Yeah, this is going to be a tough problem to solve. Bug the overall scroll container for instances won't let you click the background. I should probably just let's just draw a rectangle here. You can't click in this space, so you can't activate the sign for the farm right here. There. Scroll container for instances has a usability issue. I'm not totally sure what we can do about this one. If we allow for clicking in the background, then you wouldn't be able to... I'm gonna think about this. I think if you resize these windows, what it means is that we should undock it for you. And I also think, yeah, I think this is going to be somewhat opinionated, but I don't think docking windows probably makes sense at all now. Maybe we should just get rid of that feature and any window can just be dragged, so there's no concept of docking it. I don't know. Yeah. So hard to be able to know what to do. Let's start another battle over here. And then shrink this one. Whoops. We could get rid of docking altogether, so that windows are always floating. I don't see any major downsides with this. Option 2 is we only ever allow... all docked windows must be the same size at all times. I guess we require that all docked windows be the same size. This would make it so that there's no how do we describe that space? I guess that the bounding rectangle fully encloses the instances. So make it so that the bounding rectangle around all of the instance windows fully encloses those windows with no major gaps. What other options do we have for this? We could get rid of the ability to... No, we can't really do this. I mean, it is an option, I guess. Right now, you can click and drag so you can see all the windows when you don't have enough space. But now that we have that minimized, I honestly think the first option is the best. Just, yeah, require that you have all the windows be floating. Because if you don't want them taking up the full space, you could always just stack them on top of each other like this. And we could allow you to customize the minimize size. But yeah, I think we get rid of docking. Man, I'm just trying to think, why would you ever want this to be the case? And then it poses a different usability challenge. Most people aren't going to play with this taking up half their screen anyway, though. They'll be playing with it taking up the full screen. And then I guess if they were to maximize these like this, then they'd be like, okay, how do I get to the other side of this? It's not even get rid of the ability. Only allow for scrolling via mouse drag on the instances themselves, not on the gaps between them. I'm leaning toward option 1 because I think that the only reason to have docked windows, well, there are a couple reasons. One is that they'll never overlap and you don't have to manage the positions. But first, I wanted to analyze why we even have docked windows. It arranges the windows such that they can never overlap. And it allows you to position windows outside of the, or I guess battle windows, outside of the game window, i.e. when you shrink the width of the game window. Which the reason you'd want this is that there was just no way to undock them originally. Yeah. Man, this is going to be a mega comment that I'm going to leave here. Let's look at why docked windows are even, what benefits docked windows even provide. It arranges battle windows such that they can never overlap and allows you to position battle windows outside of the game window. As a downside, though, I guess the downsides. The general gameplay area is a, what should I say, like a wide rectangle. So taking up, basically what I'm trying to say is by having 3 windows docked at the bottom, your gameplay area is now the top 2/3 of the screen, which as opposed to something like this, where now it's the left 2/3 of the screen or maybe 3/4 of the screen. So which aspect ratio is better? And the user can decide that, but which is more conducive for the shape of the town that we have and where people normally have their focus. I don't actually have the answer to that, by the way. I think you can always just zoom out and pretty much see everything anyway, but yeah. Docked windows force a certain aspect ratio for general gameplay since they cover the bottom X% of the screen. That's one downside. The other downside is the player needs to know how to see the other docked windows by scrolling or by clicking and dragging the whole bottom container. And what other downsides? You can't overlap windows. So you can't have battle windows take up less space. That's where minimization came into play, though. Oh, man. I think we just get rid of this. First, let's look at the pros and cons of docked windows as a feature. Okay, let's just edit this in VS Code. It's getting a little unwieldy. So pros, these. Cons, these. Player needs to know how to see the other docked windows. Can't overlap windows. Anything else as a con here? So we dock all of these. I don't think so. I mean, I guess closing and opening windows causes them to move. It's not really a con, or at least it's not a big con. Right? Like I have this window open and I go start another battle and it just bumped this one to the side a little bit. I don't really think that's a problem. Hey Floop, welcome in. I had them docked and minimized until I ran into the bug clicking on the farm. Now they live on the right but minimized. A bug clicking on the farm. Okay, I think I saw someone encounter that issue before. And at least when they had encountered it, just unminimizing it or minimizing it again seemed to fix it. But yeah. Anyway, interesting. So let me ask you something, Floop. Would you be okay with having, instead of minimize, having like a smaller battle view? It'd probably get even smaller than this. Docking is nice for management. Nicest I've come across is the script panel management, and the farmer was replaced where they snapped together. I think I know what game you're talking about. That was the automation game. Yeah. I've seen this game. Yeah, so here's what I'm wondering about. Let's say we had this set to this size, and then I restarted this. Because this is what I'm thinking. I don't think I want to allow for minimization the way it existed already. So here's what I want it to look like eventually. Which is you can minimize all these windows, but they get to be this small. So you can still put them over on the right. They're not going to take up a lot of space. But that way you can still see what's going on at a glance. And then we just need to fix the windows that, like this is covering too much now. But if this were the only feature that you had, instead of minimizing to just a title bar, would you have used this feature? I mean, I guess you would have. But would you be happy with this feature? Turn all these on. That's tiny. So what I was thinking is you could control the size of this through the settings somewhere, maybe. Like imagine if you had a slider that went from, a quarter size all the way up to 1x for the small size. And then for the big size, maybe there is no control for that. Maybe it just always takes up like this much space. Yeah. Anyway, we'll have to see. Battle windows outside of the game window. Cons. There's a bug that Pige and Floop is not real. Both encountered where minimized docked windows absorb clicks where they shouldn't. I think I wrote this down. Here it is. C984. As I say, because you can't overlap windows, battle windows take up more space. Oh, man. Okay, well, let's keep looking through this. Are there any other issues that I see? Okay, so we looked through this and we looked through this. That's fine. Resize scroll container next. Yep, that's totally fine. I'm glad that he fixed this. That looks good. Cool, so all that's easy. This, I should write a note to myself. Make sure I left the code review. The comments are in limbo right now. I know you commented on the feature flag in the PR, but I think leaving this as a hard-coded false may have been a mistake. Not a big deal either way. What's this? Minimize button, unminimize button, yeah. Okay, I gotta say, I think this is all pretty well coded, other than the couple of bugs that we have here. This is enabled, set the... Well, what's this? Hang on, where is this? Is this in ready? Yeah, it's in ready. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Hey, Campbell Soup. All right, yeah. Overall, the code looks good. The feature, so here's what I was thinking of doing. I don't know if this is a dumb idea, but let's say you've got your 3 battle windows open and then you start a boss battle. I was thinking it would force the boss battle to go into the maximized view like this so that you'd be able to see the battle. And then it would close the other windows. So you can basically only ever have one battle going on at a time if you're fighting a boss. I don't think we're going to stick to that second requirement, but I do think boss battles should be forced into an always maximized view. I think that way you're like, oh, this is important because it made it huge. Hey, RH1, can you give me advice on how to learn to code? Yeah, sure. It's all right here. I wrote a blog post because of how often people would ask me about this stuff. So do let me know if that makes sense to you, if you have any other follow-up questions, because yeah, that is a nice encapsulation of all the general stuff I have to answer when people ask that question. And welcome to the stream. Yeah, so code looks good. Let's finish my review here. The code looks good. Well, there's one other thing. Oh man, okay. Okay, so what is this? Minor bug is this thing. Thoughts on docking. The overall scroll container has a usability issue. Our options on how to address this. Thank you, it helped a lot. You mean just by linking a blog post? I was gonna say you couldn't have time to read it yet, right? That blog post might have been non-existent. But you're welcome. I require that all docked windows be the same size. This makes the bounding rectangle around all the instance windows fully encloses those windows with no major gaps. Only allow for scrolling via mouse drag, not on the gaps themselves, between them. I'm leaning toward option 1. I think it would simplify our code and make it so that everyone is using the battle windows the same way. I sort of wonder whether we should just turn off docking via a feature flag and see how people engage with a game when it's off. Okay, and then there was another issue, which is the upscaling thing. Blurry textures or something. I filed an issue myself a long time ago, and it turned out to be my fault, but still. Okay. Texture blurriness. Like the idea of new battles opening in the middle by default, I can always move it away. Well, once you have your windows set up however you want, so like here we have a tiny window and here we have a medium-sized window. So now if I X out of both of these, when I start these again, okay, it did not do this. Never mind. Okay, then I need to write this down too. Well, anyway, it should remember the sizes of them. Remembering the sizes of battle windows. So we save the positions of battle windows, but we should also save the sizes of them. E.g., if you have windows, a small, medium, and a large window, close them all, then open 3 more battles. They should be small, medium, and large. Yeah. All right, so I did some work so that the battles would look crisp, even at a content. Is the full game limited to 3 battle windows? Yes. So there are a couple of thoughts on this. One is that the demo has 7 adventurers. The full game is probably gonna have 10 adventurers at launch. And I don't know if there'll ever be anything after launch. It all depends on how the game does. 10 adventurers is enough to do 2.5 full battles. So I guess the question would be, like, do you ever have a reason to run like 2 adventurers each into 5 battles? And not really, no. I could see some cases where having more windows could be okay, but and I know a bunch of people have asked about this. This is like an intentional design limitation I want to put on the game, though. Like, I still wonder if players could start however many battles they want, what would happen? And one thing that I think could happen is that they end up with a bunch of like sort of dead windows. Like, they don't use these parties anymore, but they just forgot to close them. So now they open another 3 windows over here and they're paying attention to those. And the whole thing just becomes kind of a mess. They'd crash their PC. I think we could make it performance enough. Also, hi, Syracuse. But yeah, I wonder, even in the best case, like, what are they doing? Are they sending like 4 adventurers to 4 low-level locations to just get tons of items or something? Because I think we could probably try solving those sorts of things in a different way. Also, can you shift-click this? No, you can't. See this issue. If we allow for increasing the size of battle windows, then we may need to dynamically change. Oh, I should be able to see this even without, let's just click this and click repeat. So this stuff all looks crisp. This, yeah, is now slightly blurry, but not in a super obvious way. And the icons should be 2, but we can always move the icons out of here. And I can make this more obvious, I guess, by just typing 3 in here. All right, so let's repeat the battle, and I need to take a picture when the word stealth is showing up. Get that notification off the screen. Yeah, it's not bad. I don't think we have to do anything about this. But if I set this to 1, it should always be crisp. In fact, now it looks super zoomed out to me. Yeah, this is crisp. But setting it to 2, it shouldn't be, because now we actually have it set to like 4 underneath. And I think we're seeing this happen, but I think it's very subtle. So it's, yeah. Hey, Kalyan. I regret getting my corn of the MX switches. Wish I got the low profile chalk or whatever they're called. Oh, man. Why don't you like it with the MX switches? Is it just too tall? How would monitor size and resolution affect that blur? So what's happening here is we are, with this game scale, what we're doing is we're just like making everything bigger. But battle windows themselves, do you see how they get cut off at the sides of the window here? That's because in Godot, we're using something called a sub viewport. So what's really happening is we're rendering to a texture, and then at higher sizes, we're just like stretching that texture. So basically imagine that you had something like this. Actually, let's just take this, the number 11. So we'll paste this into a new thing. And now we're gonna scale this. So we're gonna make it like, I'm just gonna come up with a number 2000 here. So this became very blurry because all we did is we took the original data and stretched it. So the way we fix this is by rendering to a higher scale to begin with, so that when it gets stretched up, it still looks fine. So your monitor resolution doesn't actually play a role in that, except that you'll probably want the game scale to be higher if you have like a gigantic monitor. So if you have a large monitor, you have it set to 1x, it's like, I find this text hard to read. And at 3x, I find it just a little too big. So I usually have this set to 2. But otherwise, the resolution doesn't really affect this. Hey, John, is this a custom keyboard? Yeah, I made this. I just can never get the tall switches to work for me. Maybe it's how my hands are or something. It's not a nightmare to type on, just not as good as a low profile would be. How much did your corn cost you? I knew that from before that I like low profile switches. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, I hope you get used to it and you like it. I'll look at that next time I load the demo. Well, in the current demo, there shouldn't be any problems. Like, I already fixed this. It's just what I'm looking at right now is a PR that adds this feature, the ability to make things larger or the ability to make them smaller. And at a smaller size, it doesn't matter. You can never make it too hard. You can never make it blurry by doing that. But by making it larger and larger and larger, you will eventually make it blurry. 200, 250. Okay, yeah, then never mind. I was going to say maybe you could get another one, but that's pretty expensive. Then we may need to dynamically change the scale/size. So that the fonts and icons don't look blurry. In the picture below, I have a battle window at the large size, 2x, and the game scale at 3x, meaning the total combined size is 6x. However, we only render the battles at a 2x scale. So there's some blurriness. It's honestly not too bad. Okay, let's comment that. What's new? Nothing much. The next 12 days is all just prep for Next Fest. I decided I'm not going to do any like extra stuff for marketing. I might work on music if I'm bored and I feel like it, but it's going to be mostly coding improvements, I think. I have a Moonlander and imagine large keys on a corn would be odd feeling. I never really got used to the Moonlander. I think that was for a bunch of reasons. I don't think it's a bad keyboard or anything. I just wasn't for me. So I sold mine to a viewer. Okay. Yeah, nice. Did I ever click this button? I don't think so. I didn't. It's a good thing I realized. I'll copy a link to this. Okay, I left some overall comments here. Yeah, so I'm going to click request changes on the PR. Hey, Chris. It's going well so far. Today's been a good day. I looked through a PR. We encountered some kind of good thoughts and issues with it I gotta address. First split keyboard has been a life changer. No more RSI. Yeah, no more RSI is like the greatest thing you can possibly hope for out of a new keyboard or a new mouse. I do find that should probably preface this by saying I'm not a medical professional, but I've heard a lot of different people talk about various pains that they have, and it sounds like just general exercising and weightlifting has addressed a lot of them, such that changing posture, changing what devices you use, I'm not saying those can't help, but I think it's like we as humans should probably just be exercising regularly on top of all of that stuff. They don't make the Sculpt anymore. Yeah, you know what else they don't make anymore? The G600, the mouse I'm using. And I only just found out about this pretty recently. I love this thing, and so do pretty much everyone who uses this kind of mouse. And the reason why this mouse is so good is because you have these 12 buttons on the side, so I can do things like move the arrow keys, for example. But then you have this button here, which when you hold this and then press a button, it does something totally different. So you really have 24 buttons on the side. And every other mouse has like some kind of compromise with that. Either there's no shift button, or the shift button is done through software, or it's in an awkward position, or there are fewer than 12 buttons. RSI is repetitive stress injury, I believe. And yeah, release date for Skeleseller, it's probably going to be in the fall. At least that's the target. But Next Fest is June 9th, and we'll have more certainty about everything at that point. Hey, Nolan. I prefer two buttons on my mouse. Well, every mouse pretty much has two buttons, right? I think some of the Apple mice didn't. They only had one, although I don't even know if that's the case anymore. But yeah, I think I'd never want to use a mouse with just two buttons again. I think minimally I'd want like four at least so that I've got something I can customize on the side. But yeah, ideally I just have as many as I want. I show this every once in a while, but this was one of my first mice with many buttons. It's called the War Mouse Meta. This thing is just bonkers looking. Like you have a left click is this blue and right click was this other blue one. And then you can customize all of the top buttons to do whatever you wanted to. And there was a joystick on the side and then another button below that. And like this thing was pretty neat. And I went from that to this Cyborg MMO7, which I think is discontinued now. Everyone always said this looked like a transformer, but this had some similar ideas. Like there was this this little nub. There was a 4-directional nub there. Then there were 4 buttons around it and then a button here too. And I think there was a shift button. I don't recall anymore now. And you could turn this dial too, which is kind of neat. I had that set to home and end, so I could just like swipe my finger to go back and forward. Coding with mouse meta. I mean, I do use the mouse for a lot. Like when I'm switching tabs, I'm just using the mouse for that. So I can use the mouse for that. I can use it to move windows around. I could actually switch between different windows of the same type. I could go over to this and close this tab if I want to. There's a bunch of stuff I do just directly through the mouse, which is nice because then I don't need to move my hand back to the keyboard if I don't want to. You like the trackball mice, but want one with more buttons? Yeah, I think having lots of buttons on a mouse is not generally ergonomic, and trackball mice are supposed to be more ergonomic. Most people just live on the keyboard or don't need more than 2 buttons. Yeah, I don't think many people use them for like an operating system like I do. Okay, so this stuff's all done. Now I think we need to just look through this list and find some things to do. For that, you're not really using the mouse in a traditional sense. Yeah, you're basically using a keyboard disguised as a mouse. Didn't you work on Android Studio? Yeah. I'm going to be using the emulator. I'll send you bug reports. I didn't have anything to do with the emulator. I mostly worked on like automated testing for the team while I was there so that everyone else's features could become higher quality. Hey, Goose. Happy Wednesday. Avoiding moving the right hand back to the keyboard. Yeah. Okay, so I watched someone play yesterday. They recorded some videos on YouTube. It was really interesting to watch them play because they started the game and I don't know who this person is, right? I just found their video on YouTube and they start the game and they were like, oh, there's some like subtle motion here. But I didn't really equate that to what they said next, which is like, I hope this intro gets to the point really fast. And I thought they were saying like, I don't want to watch an intro, but I think they were just, their motion sickness was triggered by the slight movement here. So anyway, they did watch the whole thing and they did say like, oh, that's interesting or that's cute or something. And then they started playing the game and everything was fine. But yeah, it's a little uneasy watching someone sort of judge your game. They were generally pretty positive. Yeah, the random video, that turned out to be a random video series. Like presumably it was one Twitch VOD that they exported as 3 different YouTube videos. So they played for like 2.5 hours. They got everything in the game other than all the level ups, I think. But yeah, they unlocked every single perk. So yeah, they had some sprite bleed in the intro. Did we already fix this? Because I know we fixed this at some point. Oh, I gotta switch back to yeah, I gotta switch back to the branch I was on. All right, so what do I want to do here? Git log. Let's just send this over to PV copy. Lead. Ah, there it is. Okay, so where is that? That is after, yeah, okay, cool. So that should already be fixed. I don't think that's a problem anymore. We fixed that after version 7.12. I just want to make sure I wrote it down. So this one, none of these are very major, I'd say, but this one I'd never thought about before. We have a rare customer spawn system. And the way that this works is every 30 seconds on average, we'll try to spawn a rare customer. But when I say try to, it really means we'll just like roll the dice on this. So it starts off that you have a 1% chance of getting a rare customer. And then every time you fail to get the rare customer, it keeps increasing. So eventually you're practically guaranteed after about 14 minutes. I mean, it's not exactly that way, but it's close enough. Anyway, the problem was there is a 1% chance at first, which means 1 out of 100 players in their first 30 seconds are going to get a rare customer. It's not super important, I guess, but it means that they'll never really have any delay selling potions. I think I'm just not gonna do anything about this. Yeah, it's not like they even noticed. Okay. Tip about beating the ogre: should wait like 10 seconds before popping up. That way it doesn't cover the banner. Yeah, I think that's probably pretty reasonable. This should be easy to fix too. Tip system, ogre, beat first elite. Beat elite tip. So here's what I want to do here. I want to just add a timer into this that waits for about 10 seconds. We could figure out exactly how long it should wait. There's the beat elite. What's it called? Defeated elite. Defeated elite banner. This plays for 8 seconds. So yeah, if we waited for 10 seconds, then we'll be certain that this is off the screen. So yeah, let's do that. Okay, where do we do this? Town hall tip, I think, had this. Yeah, time of acquiring enough money. So this would be like time of beating elite. And I guess we don't need has beaten elite anymore. So has met conditions to show is going to be that the elapsed time is greater than a certain amount. Time of beating elite. Return elapsed time is greater than or equal to 10. Wait 10 seconds before showing the tip so that the defeated elite banner has time to show. Time to go see the hand surgeon. Okay, good, good, good. Hope things are looking up there. I hope your mood is also improving too, because I think as you sort of get back into normal life, it probably becomes easier to forget that it happened. Oh, what else? We set this now. And that should just be set to daytime.now.ticks, I believe. Yeah. Time of beating elite. Okay. And that's it. Let's go try it out. Debug, disable. Now this is 10 real life seconds. So if I speed up the game, it won't actually go any faster here because it's always going to be 10 real life seconds. But if I speed up the game, we will see other tips show up. So I'm going to let this kind of clear out its tip queue. Yeah, so there's one. Get rid of that. I don't care. In fact, if we just build the town hall, we should not see that other one too. And then we can upgrade the portal. We need to have beaten the forest, which would be guaranteed to have happened, I guess. In fact, we can just go upgrade it now. Okay, so as far as I can recall, there should be no other tips showing up right now. So it shouldn't matter how long we wait here. But now I'm going to go beat the canyon. And it's going to take minimally 10 seconds. So this banner shows up. This is going to stay on the screen for like 8-ish seconds. And the tip will show up sometime thereafter. And it's not guaranteed to be at exactly 10 seconds because the thing only checks every so often. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. As long as they're not on the screen at the same time, I think that's fine. Yeah. Mission mostly accomplished. Back to using saws. Okay. I think it's pretty reasonable. Wait a second. What was... This actually shows up somewhere? Oh, huh. Yeah, it does. Okay. So delay tips after beating elites. I didn't want them popping up at the same time that the defeated elite banner showed. That way it's not an overwhelming amount of information at once. I mean, I should probably look at the diff. I'm pretty sure it's like 4 lines. Yeah, this is not bad. Cool. Done with that. Let's close out of all the rest of these things. Maybe the "you lost a battle" sound effect should be very prominent. Yeah, I think this is going to be a good change. I don't even know what the sound effect is now. I don't think there is a sound effect. Huh, I never thought about that. Yeah, so I guess we got to find a sound effect first. Let's search for lose. Lost. Defeat. Oh, hey, what's this sound like? It's like super dramatic. We're not going to use that. But that means we need to go find something else. Which, I don't know if we have anything good for that boss encounter. Whoa, sorry. That was probably super loud. I'll turn down my stream audio so that you don't have to hear this, even if it's super loud now. Okay, this all sounds obnoxious. Jingles. Evil.wave. I mean, that's not bad, this sound. Yeah, it's not bad. I still don't think it really fits. Yeah, I don't think it really fits. I wonder if I should just make something myself. Hmm. Yeah, maybe. Wonder what I'd even make if I made something myself. Oh. Sound had so much juice it's necessary. Yeah, yeah. And I like the sounds in the game right now. I think having something like this would help. It'll make it very clear that that you've lost a battle. Where are the UI sounds? I don't think any of them are probably going to sound good. But I can't even find them. Here they are. Yeah, so what about these? Like, that's not too bad. Any good websites for learning and practicing typing skills? Yeah, Monkey Type is really good. This site, let me actually show this for longer than 2 seconds. This site has tons of options. If you press escape, you'll see all the different things you can do with it. So like you could set it to be, you could change the number of words, whether or not there's punctuation for it, whether or not you have numbers or something. There's like a bunch of different tests you can do. Should I have this sound as the "you lost"? Like this isn't too bad either. It could mean that you died. Denied 03. Denied 03. Okay, so we do use this in one spot. We use it for in the intro cutscene when the shopkeep says they don't have a potion. Suffer with which finger I should use to press which key. That's pretty straightforward to learn, I think, if you're going to use any of these sorts of typing things. But you don't need the program to teach you that. If you're on a normal QWERTY keyboard, finger positions, you can just have this diagram open. Yeah, any of these, right? And it's pretty much just the columns that you see, so it's not even too bad to just memorize just by looking at it once. The way I always kind of recommend doing this is, let's say you're typing out a sentence. So whenever you encounter a spot where you type something correctly but with the wrong finger, like let's say you type P with your ring finger, just start again and type it out again. And when you get to this point, you can slow down a bit and realize like which finger am I using here. So maybe you do something wrong and you do something like this. Then start again and do it again. And you'll eventually drill in the things that you struggle with the most just by repeating what you're typing. I like that technique, but it can be frustrating if you're trying to be productive while you're doing that. All right, so this is intro no potion. I think we should also just say sound ID. We'll say like lost a battle. Lost battle. Yeah, and it's going to be the exact same sound. And now we'll play this if you lose. But where does that get put? I mean, it could be in the town. I guess we should just search for, what is it, like battle result? Yeah, here. So we can just search for lost. I don't care about when you flee. That doesn't matter. Huh. Interestingly enough, we don't really check for that too often. What about this one? Instance. This is battle stage ended. This is battle ended. Battle ended. The result is 1, then grant items. Else, if it's lost, then town dot play sound. There. Okay, now we got to see how does this sound compare to everything else that's happening around it. And it's obvious that this is what happens when you lose. So we got to start a battle in a place that we're going to lose. Let's go up to here. And then turn on the sound. Okay, so now you can hear this too, I think. Oh, it didn't. Wait, why didn't it make a sound? Huh. I don't know why. What did I do wrong? Also, that should technically be considered a battle sound at that point, huh? How do we even do that? Oh, the battle system would play it, right? Battle system plays sound. This is just on play sound on invoke. Which invokes it from here. Which just calls audio player.play. How would it know to make it a battle sound then? Huh. I don't know what does this. I mean, I know it's in a battle folder. We could check the path, but I don't think that's what we do. Does this even work? You know, I start a battle and then just turn off the battle sound? It is working. How? I don't understand. Well, somewhere we set the audio bus. Here they are. Battle sounds audio bus. Volume slider battle. That's set correctly. I still don't know what's... Oh, I think I know. I think this must have its own audio player. Where would that be? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, it does. Okay. So then when we create this, we make this this is the battle one. Okay, so then that's what we need to do. We need to make the instances manager play this thing, which should have been what was already happening. I guess, I see. We just need to call play sound here. It's not going to call play sound. On play sound. Cool. That's still probably insufficient though, because we didn't hear a sound. Let's put a breakpoint there. Let's put a breakpoint here. Then just restart the whole thing. All right, again, our goal is to lose a battle. Very simple to do. Let's speed this up. Okay, so result should be that we've lost. Yep, so we go into here. Yep, so we call audio player.play. This should all work. Yep, and there's the sound. Okay. So I think we need that to be louder so that it really stands out. Lost battle. Volume 1.5. Let's try that. Because you should not be losing battles very frequently. This reminds me of that scene in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where Dennis goes on a game show. The buzzer sound is just piercing his ears. All right, so we're going to lose this. Let's just listen for the sound. Oh, whoops. I mean, that worked, but I didn't get to hear. No, that's not going to work. It doesn't sound like you lost a battle. Didn't even play that time. Oh, it is playing. It's just... It just sounds like it's getting cut off. Yeah, it blends into the battle sounds. I agree. Well, we could play that really dramatic one, Target Slain. But this one was super loud, right? You might as well try it. This so would have been super dramatic. App updates. To help us understand how often people use Audacity, we generate a random ID for each installation. Helps us to, yeah, sure, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Discard. Choose yes to permanently delete it, sure. And then don't show this because I don't care. And then we can open this. Import audio. Whoops. Stupid dialogue doesn't let you hit Command V. Yeah, so that's what I was expecting, that this to be pretty tall at the beginning, which is why I can't play this right now. All right, so let's go import this. Let me turn off the sound for now. And we got to go get Target Slain. Where are you, Target Slain? Here. Oops, darn it, I was trying to avoid that, sorry. My bad. Audio, sounds, battle. That wasn't loud at all? All right, good. Hey, Neocomer. Hey, Hagerman. How you both doing? Where did that go? They all have numbers at the beginning, and I don't know what the numbers are. I guess we can just look over there. Targets. Oh, this one does not have a number. It's one of the few. Oops. God, I'm trying not to do that. I cannot tell you how many times I've accidentally done that. Just turn on my sound. All right. This goes into battle / target slain .wave. And then we turn the sound down a little bit, maybe to 0.8. Found a job after job seeking for a month. Now I'm getting back into coding. I think I forgot after 1 month of detoxing. Oh, man. Well, I hope it goes smoothly enough. And congrats on getting the job. Let's see. So I got to load Godot for this, and then I've got to restart the game. Yeah. Yeah, I mentioned over the weekend we went to California, and it was for the sake of a family event. And it was my wife's family. So I got to meet, God, who is this in relation to her? I guess her cousin. I'm not. Anyway, let's just say her cousin. I met her cousin. Her cousin's like 22 or 23 and had just gotten out of school, did an undergrad in computer science, and was, it sounds like, struggling for a while to find a job, and ended up finding one at a startup and said that their pay is very low and that most companies seem to be trying to phase out junior engineers. And I just thought, man, this is like one of the worst times to probably graduate from computer science. Maybe in 5 years it'll be even worse. But there's a lot of competition for jobs. There's a lot of pressure from companies to not even hire junior engineers as much. And like, how do you get experience then to differentiate yourself? Got fired because that was too expensive. There's no protection for that sort of thing. Because there definitely isn't in the US. But I would expect it in most European countries. Going to be a serious issue of replacing current senior engineers in the future. Yeah, I think it's hard for me to say because I'm not talking about any specific company, but if I were one of these companies, I'd probably like count on AI to replace juniors now and seniors in the future, such that you don't really need humans maybe. And then let everyone else train those people, right? If I were a small company, I'd be like, well, it's not something I can take on the responsibility for. But maybe they're just doing this sort of like profit first decision, and they're just counting on AI now to replace juniors and then sticking their heads in the sand for seniors. So anyway, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? But yeah, my general thought was that if computer science grads can't find a job because of AI replacing their jobs, then there are going to be some larger industry problems, not just for computer stuff, but for kind of any field. Like, at what point do we automate out, like, I don't know, marketing, advertising, medicine to whatever extent we can? It seems like less and less people are actually understanding tech. Ready to get so much slop software, it's going to get so much worse. You know, this is the market, right? Like, slop software is slop in your opinion because it's still selling well enough. Then there aren't the financial incentives probably to make it any better. It's kind of what's happened in customer service for a while. Like, are companies incentivized to have good customer service? Just only in so far as they're not bleeding out customers. I don't remember if I restarted this. So let's start a battle. I should probably just save this. Okay, I can hear it. I don't know if that's a good sound, but it's working. We could also maybe slow it down a bit. Start with that. What's the difference between a junior developer and an experienced developer in your personal view? What are the capabilities of a junior and senior? So the way I always looked at this, I worked at some big companies and they generally have a well-defined career ladder, which will make it more obvious how they define this stuff. So generally I consider a junior someone who has potential, but no immediate, or not, I should say not much immediate capability. And as you go more senior, you get independence in your work. And then as you get even more senior, you become essentially like a business leader for an organization. And let me turn this off. Hang on. That's why I don't play music on my stream, because I can't focus. I just want to listen to music. Yeah. So anyway, a junior engineer would be someone who, like, well, they've got the fundamentals, but they don't know exactly what you do in this situation or in that situation, or which technology to use or what mistakes to avoid. And then as you go higher and higher up, you are tackling more of your own tasks. And this can mean anything from design to prioritization to, I don't know, just like best practices. You're just not leaning on other people as much for that stuff. And you're also becoming more efficient. More independence and efficiency, I guess. Or effectiveness, not even efficiency. And then even more senior than that is something like, hey, go lead a team of 10 people. Or come up with the product direction for this thing. So generally at Google, at least, that's kind of how it seemed when you got to be even more senior. It was like run a startup within Google. They don't call it a startup, right? But it's hey, go make a new product, go figure out this thing, go assign tasks to 100 other people. So yeah, in my mind, I think that still fits the mold pretty well, what the big companies do. And I've seen this play out. Like any manager or leader wants people to take work off their plate and do it well. Anyone pretty much wants this, right? In your personal life, if you didn't have to do your chores or you didn't have to do your errands, like, wouldn't that be great? So yeah, you can assign it to somebody else, but if you're paying them like $1 an hour, then they're probably going to do a bad job. So it's kind of the same thing within a company. And I think when people are in their early career, I say to think about things in terms of what would your manager want from you? And it's like, of course they'd want things like communication and some independence and the skill at what you're doing and you still learning and a laundry list of other things. So yeah, I see senior people as being able to rise to that challenge and actually, accommodate their managers' wishes for that. See a lot of discussion about clean code. Do you have an opinion about the topic? If you mean clean code, clean code, the book, I don't have an opinion about that because I haven't read it. But if you mean clean code in general, I do have some opinions about that. I think generally, if you've only ever done, let's say, hobby projects or schoolwork, then you've never had to maintain software. And when you have to maintain software, that's when mistakes you made 2 years ago can bite not only you, but also your entire team in the future. And there are lots of things that you do differently when you're coding if you plan on maintaining that software. So that's where clean code comes in. If you're using like well-observed design patterns and you're writing functions to be easy to read and not the fastest possible, and you're maybe adding some small amounts of documentation here and there, writing tests for things, then you'll find it much easier to return to that in the future. Like, I think if you've been coding for a while, you've got some old project and you go back to it and your first thought is like, what was I thinking? And then maybe your next thought is like, how do I even build this? Some of this stuff, as you write cleaner code, or like I said, as you add small amounts of documentation, it'll help with that. Hey, Helpless Hero. I guess the real issue is that everything is purely profit driven. Yeah. I think so too. How do you define entry level versus junior? I mean, I consider them to be pretty much the same thing. But this is just a terminology thing. So maybe some company does split that up. But to me, they're the same thing. A lot of companies ask for clean code and clean architecture. It's so difficult. I think it is certainly something you need to train yourself to do. And I think this is kind of the problem with technology in general. Rather than not type anything out. There's tons of depth and there's tons of breadth. So it's not like you can just say like, well, I've learned this one topic, now I'm an expert. And you can't say, well, I've learned a little bit about 10 topics, so now I'm an expert. You kind of have to know when you go deep and when you go broad. And yeah, clean code is something where you can apply it to sort of anything you're doing, but it's another thing you need to learn on top of everything else you've already been learning. All right, I have this running. Let's try it again. We're trying to listen for, is this sound effect overpowering? Is it obvious what's happening? So let's load the game. Well, that might not work. No, it did. Cool. Okay. I wasn't sure if it had autosaved. Okay, so we're going to lose this battle and we're just listening. Yeah, I think it's good. Maybe even a tiny bit louder than that. What I don't understand is why did that sound effect play so loud? Oh, maybe I just have my speakers turned up. I was like, it sounded deafening at first, and I could have sworn it peaked at like -15. Maybe it did. See a lot of differentiation in JDs, junior developers, I guess, in terms of game industry when it comes to the question. So I was wondering. Yeah, like I said, there could be a difference, and I just don't consider there to be one. But I think this all depends on a job. Like, let's say this said proficient in C++. This probably means different things to different people, even on its own. Like, obviously it means that you've used it before, that everyone could probably agree on. But does it mean you're an expert? Does it mean you've done some projects in it? Does it mean you've learned it officially? but maybe you haven't done anything. So yeah, I think of it the same way with junior and entry level. Like probably it's just going to matter what that company wants. I guess one thing I do think is different is entry level would mean you don't have any experience, whereas junior might mean you have some. Okay, let's start this again. Yeah, perfect. I like that. Okay, so we just added a sound effect. I mean, if you think about it, that took me, what, 15 minutes or something for adding one sound effect? But I wanted to make sure it sounded good, and the first one we used wasn't really fitting. Add sound effect when losing a battle. I wanted to make it more obvious when a battle didn't go well, since sometimes people say they want to pay attention to a battle and then forget to watch it finish. Yeah, nice. Okay, commit. All right, one more thing off the list. Prioritize the issue about not being able to put items in an invalid destination. Yeah, let's do that today at some point, although I don't want to do that right this second. Where is it? Invalid? Yeah, here. Okay, let's write this on the list for today. Invalid destination should be obvious to players. Important to know when your pawn is at max versus whatever else. Yeah, where is the... You made a parent extractor. Yep. It's very common for people to get confused. They put in 3, they can't. Which is the extractor is full or split based on whether the fishing pond or farm is full. Yeah. Yep. That's it. Cool. So we can get rid of this now. Okay, this one. The rate of getting items is really important for having people feel engaged. So I wrote this down somewhere, but where? Let's see if we can find it. Yeah, here it is. Where is this? It's my own observations. Okay, let's file an issue. Change item acquisition rate and battle length. All right, so this should go over here and this should go over here. So an epiphany struck me while watching Pige play somewhere recently. People would probably prefer getting too many items and not knowing what to do with them than waiting around for a small number of impactful items to drop. In other words, if the player is going to get 200 gold regardless, then having 20 items worth 10G each is better than 10 items worth 20G each. Yeah, so I heard this from different people in different ways. And Windybeard had said something like, you know, for a game called Skeleseller, you're not doing a whole lot of selling. Which I agree with. Like, yeah, we had some issues with this. And I think we should try to change this for the demo. So I should probably write that this should be done for Next Fest. Okay, I think there's an overall problem with the item stacking and the item acquisition rate. Prioritize stacking. I feel like there's nothing in town anymore. I get 3 stacks of items and nothing for 40 seconds. We should maybe make battles go faster at any given stage in the game. Maybe battles should last 30 seconds at most when they're new, and we whittle them down to 15 seconds. Yeah, this is kind of far-reaching though, because you can't just change this number. And I think that's what I talked about last time I was mentioning this. Because right now, let's say on average you're getting whatever 5 items for 50 gold each. I'm just making up numbers. And let's say we want to change that to 50 items for 5 gold each. So by getting 10 times the number of items, you're probably gonna need more workers. You need more space in your shops, more space in your warehouse. The garbage slime you want to upgrade sooner. Maybe now upgrading the speed of customers or speed of workers would be better. And you'd probably have items disappearing, which for whatever reason, players hate items disappearing in this game. Like items are basically infinite. And yet if they lose one or two, they're just like, why did that happen? How do I stop this from happening? So I think it's like a good pressure to have in the game. Spawn a bunch of customers. It looks awesome. Yeah. Yeah. And it's nice to see that visual difference of, oh, I started the game and there are only a couple of items versus I ended the game and I was getting like 500 items. So just number squash with stacks that behave like items. Well, we have the stacking in the game already, but excuse me, the problem that we have is we go from you have items, stacks, items, I guess items don't stack to items stack in size, like stack up to 2x, and then items stack up to 3x. Going from 1x to 2x is just, it's obviously a doubling. It's a big, big change. So if we had balanced exactly how many items you can get, and now your stack size makes it so that you're getting seemingly like half as many, then it just feels like there's less activity in the town. And I'm still torn on what we should do about this. Should we just make it so item stacking is unlocked at a specific point in the game and you don't pick when that point is, we pick when that is? So I don't know. They want to go to the Costco of potions. All right, so let's prioritize this. I don't know about that, actually. Let's at least prioritize the first one. All right, what else do we have? I think one more music track actually would be good. Yeah, hearing the same 3 music tracks for like 2 hours is a little bit tough. I also kind of wondered, the way that I have this planned is right now we have 3 town music tracks. And right now we're always playing 1, then 2, then 3, then repeat. But in the future, what I wanted to do is I wanted to shuffle the order once and then repeat that order until you quit the game. So maybe you end up getting 2, then 1, then 3. And that way, when you hear the end of track 1, you're not always like, oh, here are the next few notes I'm about to hear. It's like, oh, it's different this time. But what I thought about is that the newest town theme 4, I have maybe like 1 minute of music so far. And my idea was, what if we kept it at 1 minute? And instead of shuffling this in there, so imagine we have this, that we added in every once in a while. So like here we throw in a 4, and here we throw in a 4. Because this track is only about a minute long. So if you heard it too frequently, you might be like, oh, it's getting stale. But I guess it doesn't really matter. And I guess the real solution is just make more than a minute of music. Easier said than done. So I'll just delete this for now. The Beat Elite banner shows under the Perks and Adventures UI. So if you're fighting a boss in the background, you won't see the banner. I don't know if this is something we should even consider a bug. But I'll show you the scenario where this happened. I think having boss music might be all we need to do to fix this. So we turn this off. We go over to here. Fight this battle. Fight the next battle. Okay, so what happened is this. We're going to make ourselves invincible. We're going to speed this up. I shouldn't have picked the cleric. Okay, let's just bail out of this. Let's not pick the cleric. Let's send the mage and the rogue. All right, now speed it up. Yeah, okay, so the person who was playing was doing something in one of these screens. And you can see the boss is taking damage. I know it's covered by a bunch of stuff right now. But the battle's about to end, and their attention was over here. So you can see the banner's there in the background of the screen, but they can't see it. So should we spawn that over the top of everything? Like, even if you had this thing open, it would just show it immediately. And I'm kind of torn. On one hand, you chose not to look at the battle. So you probably also chose not to see any of the results of it, maybe. but it only happens like 7 times per game. Hey, Tyler. No, just over the mini window, then open multiple windows. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'd say yes, personally. Well, also, I know that's not how you pronounce your name, but I'm still going to say it that way because when I tried pronouncing it correctly, you said that was terrible. Yeah, I'm not totally sure what you mean, Tyler. I think this is what you mean by the mini window. But then the open multiple windows part, I don't understand. Localize the banner to that battle. So this is when you beat a boss, and they're only, well, right now there are only 2 bosses in the game. There's here and here. So like it's important enough, and it unlocks another part of the game basically. So that if it were only over this tiny window, I don't think it'd be visible at all. Also, we're probably going to do something where these windows get a little bit bigger. I never. No, you definitely did. Are you changing how the boss battle will work window-wise? So it might be more in your face if you make it bigger. Yeah. But I don't know about the preventing the user from doing something else. I don't think we're going to do that. But yes, the window will probably be bigger, and we might also have boss music, and that alone might be fine. So you know what? I will probably just delete this. Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. All right, we should prioritize changing how regeneration works. Yeah, this I want to do probably today if we can. Yep. Change how regeneration works. Just to go quickly into what this is, right now, the way that this works is it's your regeneration time is based on the adventurer that took the most damage. So if you have one party member that takes damage and they die, meaning they're at 0% life, then you have the max regeneration time. If you have 4 party members all take 50% damage, then it's as though 3 of them were at full life. Like you're penalized for having an adventurer die basically, which is not what I wanted to do. I want to incentivize defensive and healing abilities. And I have a plan for this, and that's what this task is. So that's it. I'm just sharing context on that. I don't think there's a problem or anything. We just need to do that. Oh yeah, and then this I need to write down. Over here. It's this. Yeah, that's it. In other words, you're penalized. We only consider the party member with the lowest life. Or regeneration time only considers the party member with the lowest life. Reward more defensive play. We could do this. Refill life by that. Distribute it like that. Perhaps this could be a perk. And then also we could even make the worst case scenario worse than it is now, so it doesn't cut off 5 seconds of regen time. If your whole party dies, it takes, say, 20 seconds to regenerate. But in most normal cases, we can lower the average regeneration time. Yeah, thanks, Tyler. And yeah, sure thing. Yeah, feel free to ask any questions you have. Okay, this next question. Is the deep forest easier than the prior location? Let's go look at the instance data for this. Deep forest. So the prior location has 3 worms and 2 grims. This has 6 slimes and 3 red skeletons. Not super easy to tell what does what here, so let's go put all these side by side. So it's 3 worms, 2 grims. This is the worm data. Worm is 32 attack, 450 life. Grim is... Oh, wow. Wait, it's a regular grim or a red grim? No, it's a blue grim. Blue is 4375. 4375. Okay, and then the other one is blue slime and red skeleton. And it's 6. And then 3. Okay, so now blue slime, 26 to 30. 26 to 30. And red skeleton is 37,400. Okay, so if we just sum up the attack, it's 96 attack and what, 1350 life, followed by 80 attack and 750 life. And then over here, it's this much attack. I know you can't really do things this way. Like the attack doesn't scale like that. And then this is this and 1200 life. Okay. So yeah, the numbers are definitely higher. But the life of the slimes is lower, and possibly by having more slimes with lower life, it's easier to beat them. I mean, I think the only way we'd actually figure this out is with the balance simulator that's there. So I need to run this with 2 different parties. All right, let's try it, I guess. Balance simulator. Oh, that's weird. Oh, simulator. Oh, yeah. It's typing simulation, I think. Okay, so where are the battles? Where is the battle? Oh, there it is. All right, so let's uncomment this. All right, so we're going to go to the waterways, and you would typically have 4 adventurers, and it would probably be the rogue, mage, witch doctor, and archer. And now the skills are more consistent from what we had. So we got to pick what you'd actually have in the game. So let's go look at this. Storm intensity and inspiration. Okay, so let's put 2 in storm intensity. Storm intensity. All right, witch doctor, what do you have? Zombie leader, sure, let's put 2 in zombie leader. Rogue. Quicker strike. And archer. Let's put them both into forked arrows. We could split up skill points and stuff. I don't really care about that. Okay, so if I run this, they're going to be level 4. They're going to be going here. They've got everything else set up fine. Yeah, I think we just run this. And then I want to see how that same party does in the deep forest. And I just want to see, are the stats like drastically different in some way? So it should spew out a bunch of output. Yeah, there we go. All right, so copy this. Yeah, we won every single battle. It ran 100 battles. We won all of them. But how long did it take? Duration was about 25 seconds. Average DPS 22. Remaining party health was about 50%. Okay, now let's send them to the deep forest. Why is it not working? Is it just called Forest 2? Yeah, it's called Forest 2. Okay, so run that. Yeah. And it'll be a little hard to compare these 2 things. But I think mostly I want to compare based on duration. And maybe based on remaining life. It should print out pretty soon. There it is. All right, so copy all. Let's put this here. Oh, we didn't even win them all. Okay, well, that answers a question. DPS should be pretty much the same, right? Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Okay, what's the battle duration? Duration went up by 6 seconds. Okay, yeah, I think that's fine. I think what's probably actually happening here is that by the time you get to this, the waterways, you get enough money where leveling up, or enough items and stuff, where leveling up to the deep forest is not actually hard to do. So basically what I'm saying is we could make the deep forest even harder, and it'd probably be fine. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. So if we just make, none of these enemies are unique. They're used down here and they're used down here. So we can increase the quantity of them and put 7 slimes in a battle. That would make it roughly 16% harder. Or put 4 skeletons into the battle. Hey, Atreus, hard to calc value is likely based around enemy uptime. Lower life means they don't do as much damage in the shorter time they're alive. So higher damage and higher life means more uptime, where just more life would increase total damage from the enemy. Yeah, although this is complicated too by which adventurers are in the party. So for example, the rogue always targets the lowest life enemy, and it'll execute that enemy when they're at 8% life. Hey, Boomer. Thanks for the resub. I am doing well. Hey, did you ever end up finishing the rap stuff that you were doing? I'm curious to know what came out of that. So yeah, anyway, the rogue will target this, whereas the witch doctor will always target enemies with the highest life because they're more of a tank than a damage dealer in that sense. Solid the enemy is alive, varies a lot. Yeah. At least among different parties and how you might configure their skills. I'm wrapping up. Okay. It's a Skeleseller wrap. Okay, so I think I'm just going to put 7 enemies in here. Let's see how that changes things. It should make our win rate drop. It was at 71%. So now I expect it's going to be, I don't know, 50%, 60%. Yeah. Let's see it. All right, win rate is, 16%. Wow. That extra slime basically just murders the party. But I bet if we set them all to level 5, then they would be able to easily handle it. So yeah, I think this is the change I'm going to make. Yeah. Okay. So win rate went up to 100% now. Yeah. This is probably an indication that going to level 5 is too big of a power boost. Hey, Drackley. Start developing a booking system for the 5 scaffolding setups I own. First, I thought this would be easy to program. 4 days later, I'm sitting here like this thing keeps growing. Well, I wish you luck. Yeah, I'm going to check this in. I think this is probably fine as is. So all we really changed here is I just increased the difficulty of the deep forest. Increase difficulty of deep forest. It wasn't a distinct enough power difference from the prior instance. The waterways. I just added another slime, and the win rate of 4 level 4 adventurers plummeted from 71% to 16%, but level 5 adventurers had a 100% win rate. Yeah. Hey, Sarah. All right. Done with that. Oh, you take care, Hagerman Hour. Also, hope your game's going well. All right. She said she would have benefited from knowing about Oh, wait. She didn't say that. She would have benefited from this. Yeah, we need to teach players about this somehow. I think we need to prioritize this for the demo. Here it is. Have I come up with a solution for this? Playable soon. Nice. Nice. Hope the home stretch is feeling good. It's not. But it's also not really the home stretch. I just I'm so torn. I have the bricklaying tenant, which so that I don't need to sum this up again. Let me here. For anyone who hasn't seen me talk about this, I put a thing in chat about it. Anyway, I think the thing that will benefit Skeleseller the most is what we're doing right now. But it's not very interesting work. And I've got to do this for another like 12 days. And it's just very, very daunting to think about it that way. All right, so how are we going to do this? So problem, players don't know that they can start multiple battles at once. Solutions. Option 1, lock this ability behind a perk. That way the player will learn about it by getting the perk. Option 2, make a special kind of tip that won't go away until you, or I guess not won't go away, that can't be dismissed until you complete the corresponding action. Then use this style of tip to tell players to start multiple battles. Option 3, just keep nudging about this until you do it. 12 days of the long home stretch. Happy to provide some poor brainstorming if it might help you. It would help me. Thank you. Software development's often a marathon where the finish line is another runner in front of you. The thing is, we have, okay, so one of the things I think I said is this isn't even the home stretch. Like, we're not about to launch. We're just about to be in Next Fest. And then Next Fest will give us more clarity about the launch. But if this were, oh man, sorry, I got something in my eyes. If this were the home stretch for real, I think it would feel better. A quest or similar thing, yeah, I guess give you an objective. I guess like option 2B is like make this same thing, but have it be a quest. So like the tavern could serve as another tutorial in a sense. It is a big break, yeah. I think Next Fest is going to be important for sure. And I am looking forward to seeing all the content that people make about Skeleseller. Like, it's nice just watching random Twitch videos or YouTube videos and seeing how people are playing the game, especially with all these changes that have been there. For those who were here 4 or 5 months ago, you heard me talk about this. Next Fest happens 3 times per year, and it's just 4 months apart at any given time. So February to June to October. That's it. It's that way every year, I'm pretty sure. And back in February, we wanted to be in Next Fest. But what happened is I looked at my commit history and just a general change log, and I saw in 2 weeks, we've done so much that if I were to launch the game in February in Next Fest, that what would 4 months from February look like? And now, surprise, surprise, we're 4 months from February. And I'm like, yeah, we made the right decision. Definitely holding off was a good idea. In fact, you know what I have not done, which we're about to go do? Let's look at what the game was back in February. So playlists, Skeleseller VODs. All right, so we're looking for streamed 4 months ago. There. Scroll back up. Okay, so let's look at, oh, that's pretty good actually. V0.5 launch. Let's see what that looked like. What day was this? Okay, this was technically January. But let's go to where we're playing the game and just see what looks different. I quit it. Am I actually playing the game? Yeah, there were no portraits in this thing. Coincidentally, I think I'm wearing the same shirt. We weren't actually playing the game right there, I think. Oh, there was that issue. Do I get to playing the game or no? Okay, well, this was a less insightful experiment than I thought it was going to be. Okay, never mind. Whatever. That was pointless. Hey, okay. You can add something that'll say the player can do multiple battles at once when they get the second adventure. So we do something like that already. Yeah, I guess option 4 is like just change the tip that we have to make sure that they have multiple active battles. It's one of those multipliers. One-time use, big boost at whatever point you're in, but it's impact magnified by where your product is. Good feedback for the concept. Well, we're definitely doing Next Fest in the 2 weeks that it's going to happen. I'm not going to bail out of that one. Even if I look back and I'm like, oh man, we've changed a lot in 2 weeks. We're going to change a lot in 4 months. I can't work on this game forever, I think. And I do think the game's in pretty good shape right now. Yeah. There's no intro or fishing or farming in the Enchanter, which is new. Yeah. But there were a lot of other little changes that might have been interesting. What's your sleep schedule? Do you need a lot of sleep to be productive? I do. I've been trying to go to bed around like 11:30, wake up at about 7:30. Unfortunately, Abby has different plans for me many times. Do I have a good new photo? No, not really. Hang on a second. What is this? Let me mute this. I have a video of me just petting the cat. Hang on. I think I can show this. I don't know why the lighting color keeps changing. But yeah, she has been disrupting my sleep in the morning. All right, I do want to do this. So yeah, which option should we do exactly here? I'm leaning toward. Actually, I'm not sure what I'm leaning toward. I mean, this is the bare bones thing we can do. The easiest and possibly the least sufficient would be option 4. The most obvious would be option 1, but it would potentially cause confusion before you've unlocked it. It would automatically close battle. I guess it doesn't have to automatically close battle windows, since we may need other error states. We may need to close battle windows, etc. The open mouth, yeah. Could also have your different parties that are sent out to battle in an explicit UI, such that the UI hints that multiple parties can be sent out, but just start out gray. I think having the yeah, I know you say you don't recommend this, but I think having the windows the way they are now, I think is fine. Multiple battles seems like the whole point of your game, whereas gated behind that perk feels like something that this player wants to play this way. That's not always what we do. I'll show you right now some of the things that we have going on in the game that the perks are basically just for a tutorial. There are 2 instances of this so far. So one of them is here. The very first perk we expect you to unlock is auto battling. And it truly is just a like, just get used to the game at first. We don't need to give you auto battling at first, but you unlock it pretty soon thereafter. It teaches you about building, getting perks, and then being able to use those things. And then the other place where we do this is here, this extractor training. So the extractor starts with no lever on the side. I can't click it and do anything. But then as soon as I unlock this perk, we get a lever on the side and it lets us control this. And it's one of those things where it's like, okay, this will help teach players, like, here's what this thing is. So we could do the same thing for battle windows. We could have a perk that says you can have 2 battle windows open and then you can have 3 battle windows open. And before you get that perk, you just can't have multiple battles running. So yeah, I'm I'm not sure. The perk and the guild mission are both great options. You could do both. Perk enables it. Guild mission pushes you to try it out. I think if we had the perk, I think that would be sufficient. So I don't think we also need to do some kind of like a quest. Let me think of what the problem would be here. Okay, so suppose you don't have this perk and you can only have one battle running at a time. What would happen if you try to start a new battle? Do we tell you that it'll overwrite the old one? Do we just let you figure that out? Do we allow you to have multiple windows, but only X concurrent battles? I'm not leaning toward doing this with a perk, I think. I don't think it needs to be diegetic. If it's just a, hey, you can now have multiple battles open, that's fine. If we say that it's I don't know, your guild master is allowing you to go to the portal, or it changes the portal or something, that could also work. I'm not too concerned about that. Yeah. Don't have this perk, only one battle running at a time. Yeah, so I do wonder what if we just did this? Because the thing that we do right now, and this is insufficient for sure, is we detect if you've had multiple windows open at the same time. So here's one battle, but then you end up winning this battle. And what people do is this. They end up clicking the portal and then starting another battle, which will open a new window. If they had clicked the edit party or clicked this, then it will reuse the same window and they'll never have opened the second one to begin with. But because we're detecting the two open, and that's the prerequisite for thinking, oh, you must know about multiple battles now, that's why that's insufficient, because that assumption is flawed, because people accidentally open two windows and they don't even realize that, oh, maybe I could use both windows at the same time. So we could just correct that assumption. We could just say, once you have two ongoing battles, which right now it's impossible, right? I can't start this because the witch doctor's already in battle. But if I had another adventurer, then I totally could. Did I right click that? Yeah, if I were to put the cleric in a battle, for example, I now do have two ongoing battles. Or I will once I reach the portal. Could have a class that benefits on how many battles are currently active. That I would not want to do, because I think you'll always have 3 battles active. Yeah. It would be kind of funny. What if we had a perk that cost 0 that just says, did you know you can have multiple battles running at the same time? I don't think that's a good idea. But it is kind of funny, at least. Yeah, I'm not sure what I want to do for this. I think the perk route is... I mean, we could answer these questions. Could just have it overwrite the window. And then, I don't know, do we show an error? So, like, you'd try to start a new battle with the witch doctor, and it would say something like, this will overwrite one of your battle windows. I think that's what happens. I think that's what happens once you hit 3. Yeah, if I start that, and then I start another one, and then I go into here, it says at least one of your adventures is... Oh, no, not that one. This one. You already have the maximum number of battles open. Starting a new battle will close the oldest one for you. And so, I mean, I guess we already have the error message. It's not really an error. Wait, still a fan of the perk and upgrades. Upgrades could be interesting. Witch doctor can send zombies to a second battle. I don't ever want there to be interactions between battle windows. I don't think that's something that's going to be clear. And also, it's a kind of thing that we would need a heck of a lot of like stats on that for people to know what's actually working. and it's going to coincidentally happen a lot of times by people just having 3 battles open with auto battle on. I think this all kind of comes down to the sort of automated base game style. What's stopping you from having a UI piece at the top saying 3 out of 3 active battles? Nothing's stopping us from doing that. And I don't even think it would necessarily be needed, because I think you'd see the perk eventually. You'd realize, oh, it only costs like 50 or something. I'll just get that. There is a problem with people unlocking perks and not reading them, though. So, for example, a lot of people click this without like totally reading it, and it just does something, and they don't know what it does, but it's operating for them. This is the no perk option. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, you're saying just put up here like 3 out of 3 active battles. Yeah. Option 5, change the UI to show something like 0/3 active battles. The thing I was thinking about, we could have the townspeople just occasionally say, without you even having to click them, like, did you know you could start multiple battles at once? And then that's it. And just hope that you eventually see that, which maybe then people are going to be like zoomed in here all the time and they'll never see it. But yeah, I definitely think the easiest things to be would be a combination of like options 3 and 4. Just keep nudging about this until you do it. Change the tip. Make sure they have multiple active battles. The thing is, if you decide not to do it, then you're going to just keep seeing this tip. A guide that teaches you functionalities you haven't leveraged yet. Yeah, that's another thing we could potentially do. I think most people who are going to run into this problem aren't going to read anything in the game. In fact, the number of people I see who they see they can afford a building and then just build it, and then they want the building to explain itself after they've built it, is pretty high. So I think if you saw a guide somewhere that it might not be obvious. I guess we could repurpose, like, the guild master could be the guide. There could just be an exclamation mark above them every time they have something to tell you. It's not, I think you can't read it. I think people don't read. Add a guide NPC or repurpose an existing one to share tips like this. All right, I'm going to copy all this into the... Where is it? Here. Background. And I'll put another update here, which is today, saying enough people have been confused by this that we obviously need to do something. So I'm not going to keep adding more testimonials. Give them something to do once you have all the adventures. But the problem is that you need to be taught about this thing before you have all the adventurers. So right now it says you've already hired all the adventurers, but somewhere around like maybe here-ish is when we want to make sure that the player knows about this feature. And by here, you'd probably have 3 or 4 adventurers. And it's not that the guild master can't have 2 things, but we don't have any branching dialogues right now. So we would need to add something like that. What else? What else? I mean, saying how many active battles you have here would not be too crazy. Then again, it might be confusing because you can have 3 windows open, but you could have 0 active battles. Man. Hey, Pixel. Who play your game is maybe tired after a long work or school. Oh yeah. I'm not. Yeah. I recognize that it's just a fact of life that as a game developer, you have to develop your game for people who are never going to read a single word of text in your game. And not because they can't, but just because they don't want to. I'm not I'm not really saying that it's a player's fault or something. We need to accommodate the people who, even if they saw a blurb of text, aren't going to read it and absorb that thing. And technically, that's where if we did have active battles 0 out of 3 here, it would be insufficient, or even having a different tip. We'd pretty much have to incentivize the player somehow. And the incentive is already there in the game. You can get more loot if you do more battles, but then they need to know that that's a thing. Actually, I guess there's another option I hadn't really considered here, which is we just start another battle for them at some point. Just start a battle for them at some point. This will clearly show that you can have multiple going, but it may not be clear how this happened. Maybe the fishing pond could do this when you click it. Maybe you use some pixel art icons. Yeah, I think if we just had, number of windows open or something as text, I don't think it'd be too different from having an icon, because I think people would either see it as text or wouldn't see it at all. So the icon wouldn't really matter. But yeah, just starting a battle for them. The other... I mean, another UI change. I guess people are noticing the green buttons here indicating you can do something. Could have a green button saying like tip and then have a thing pop up. Did you know you could start multiple battles? I think what we're going to do at first is just the simplest thing for now. Number 4 is the minimum possible way we could address this. And then see where that takes us. Okay, so yeah, we'll probably do that today as well. Make it obvious that you can have multiple battles running. Did I even just do that correctly? No, I didn't. There. Okay, what else? There probably should be a quest or something that sends you back to an old location. Maybe the next quest we can have like 40 yellow potions be needed. Yeah, I'm just going to delete this. Still feel the urge to put something more micromanaging in the game after the waterways. Having something to click wouldn't be bad, but not stupid clicking, something with minor decision making. Let me think about this. I don't think this would be in the demo. But yeah, I think we might want to add another building for the game launch. Item stacking is still a problem, yeah. She had the issue where items got stuck on the path. This, I've still just never known how to fix this problem. We've had this open forever. Items just get stuck right there. And we're not totally sure why. And I thought it might have to do with clicking an item on the same frame that a character picks it up themselves. So like, I guess I'll add a bunch of workers. And I'll click this. Oh wait, they will never pick that up because I don't have an item. Oh, there we go. All right. Working? Am I taking this from them? Oh, wait. Oh, did it work? No. Maybe. All right, now let's get the armor shop. It looked like I was holding it at the same time that... No, give me that back. You little jerk skeletons. All right, let's upgrade this. Let's add a bunch of customers in. Speed up the game. I'm going to get rid of all the items from here. A flood of customers. Great. All right, now we grant items again, and then I just got to click this at the same time that a skeleton does. Which, by the way, I don't even know if that's possible, but I think it's possible. Come on. There's probably a better way to try this out. Does a speed up button exist? Partially solves 2 problems. Someone feels like they don't have enough to do, they can speed the game up. A speed up button doesn't exist. And I was thinking of adding one, but I don't think that's like the kind of micromanaging I was thinking of as something that at least has some decisions you have to make. Whereas speed up is more of a when decision. There could also be a question of how much you want to speed it up by, but pretty much if you could speed anything up, then the faster the better most of the time. We can keep trying to do things this way, but at some point what I should probably do is like force this situation to happen, or look at the code and see what would happen if I got this at the same time that a worker did. Because so far this issue is not reproed. You had a note that they're getting stuck at 0, 0. Is any code where you initialize it at 0, 0? Update the position later. I don't know, and I could go looking through the code to try to find this, but that 0, 0 could be that it could be happening on dropping an item, or it could be happening on creating it. And I'm not totally sure. Like it might have the wrong parent, and it might be hard to figure out exactly just from code inspection how that's happening. But our theory of this happens when you click an item at the same time that a worker does was just a theory. And I should stop doing this. All right, I'll try for one more time. We just needed to pick these things up there. All right, they're going to eventually grab this item. They took it from me. Well, that was enough of that. Hey, Brutarius. Like gathering your farm plants is something micromanaging that have an increased frequency. Yeah, the farming I think is a decent example, although it is something that your workers will do and something that you will make faster via one of the perks. Updating the player sprites and item sprites because everything looks slightly different or better. Oh yeah, all of the item sprites are now in the Skeleseller style and they look fantastic. I don't think I have a before picture, but I have the after picture here. And he just did all of the sprites. Like some of these are fantastic. I mean, I especially like these cloaks. They just look so great. But yeah, they're all in the Skeleseller style now. It's very cool. All right, well, let's try to see how this could happen. So we go make an item. Look at all those pants. The position of an item is changed via held item component. Item position 0, -4 added to the entity. Item start position would have been 0. This one is removed. So it's getting removed from an entity. We're probably deleting a held item component. So there are only 2 places where this happens. One is here, drop item held by entity. Ground items.spawn. This would suggest that... Huh. What happens to the item that they're holding? Remove worker. I don't even think that's being called anywhere. Isn't this called when they hit the portal? Adventurer? Oh my goodness. What if... what if it's this? What caused them to drop it when they enter the portal, right? Yeah. So they enter the portal and drop whatever item they're holding. But we've seen this work a bunch of times. So let's just restart this whole thing. New game. Skip the intro. Go over to this and get this one. And then get all the adventurers. And grant a bunch of items and then make them go into a battle. And then they drop the items. Yeah, so speed this up a bit. There, okay, now we just restart this. Now they're going to drop the items out of here. Is there some issue with that somehow? I don't think so. Unless maybe the item disappears afterward. No, that wouldn't make sense. Well, maybe it would. Yeah, I don't have any other ideas. And the other thing too is I never see this happen. So I don't know what even causes this. Does it require the warehouse to exist? Is the slime trying to eat an item when it disappears and a worker also takes the item at the exact same time? Basically, is there any way that an item is... Oh, wait, what's happening after that, though? The item appears over there, but then no one ever picks it up and you can't click it. So we know that it's in some unusual state. Huh. Yeah. If they also made them drop it at the spot. No, they can't do that. Oh, man. I don't know what we should do to even try to figure this out. We just know that an issue is happening, but we have no idea what the cause is. Well, maybe we can find out some more by looking at the original messages. Let's go click this. No, the picture is not enough for me to tell. Here's all that I can see. I was hoping to see which shops are being built. Although in the picture, I can see that they have the paladin and the cleric. So it's, oh, and they're getting armor and weapons. So they probably have all the different shops. I don't know if that matters. It, and maybe a shop has to be full. Okay. I don't really have any insights into how this is happening. Does it require an adventurer to be holding the item? They're the only ones that can enter the portal and drop the item they're holding in the process. Does it require the warehouse, any particular shop? Does it require an item to be disappearing? Does it require the slime? No, it can't be auto eating on the slime. It can't require auto eating on the slime because that didn't exist when this bug was first filed. So that at least we know is not one of the problems here. But items disappearing has been a thing since the beginning. The warehouse has pretty much been a thing since the beginning. And this has been a thing since the beginning too. So yeah, it could be any of those. Well, wait. Wait. Well, then why don't we just make adventurers randomly drop their items? Yeah. Easy. Yeah, let's just do that. All right, we don't have a process in here, but let's just go add in a process. Actually, it could actually be in... Yeah, let's just put it in process. Override process. I don't know why that got changed as I typed it, but whatever. Okay, so if stat computations dot percent chance, so there's going to be a 0.01 F chance for this to happen. So it's not all the time. And I don't even know what that'll work out to. Because it's a 0.1% chance, but it's on every single frame. So now we got to go make it so that adventurers can hold items again. then unlock all the adventurers, speed this up, and then grant some items. So now they should just, whoop. Well, that caused a different bug. Throw if null, because we're calling get component. God, wouldn't that be funny if this was the problem? Where is that coming from here? Held item component, state process. This is in drop off item. Oh, because they're still in a state that they shouldn't be in anymore. Okay, that's my bad. We need to make them leave the drop off item state. Okay, then how about this? We'll just do this processing from there. So delete this, put this in here. There's state process. So this is going to be drop off and drop the item, and then I guess transition into worker wander. And then when they leave this state, we remove their target location. We don't remove their held item component. This needs to be an adventurer, though. Which we don't even know that they are an adventurer. And we can't even do that, can we? Right, we can't. But that calls into something on the town, doesn't it? Drop item held by entity? Yeah. Okay, fine, we can do that. Town component, get town. And then what's the other thing we got to pass in? Nothing. Okay. So let's try that. Now there shouldn't be a bug that I just introduced here. And what we're hoping is that this illuminates the bug that already existed. But this is just a total shot in the dark. So we should see a bunch of Butterfingers walking around. They should drop these items at some point. Oh, but then they'll just pick them up again immediately, won't they? So they're probably doing this, and there's just no way to tell that they're doing this. Because on the very next frame, they'll see that it's on the ground and pick it up. I guess we can put a breakpoint here, but it's not going to help. Yeah, so now if we speed this up, this should get called. Actually, wait a second. Speeding this up won't actually make it get called any more frequently. It's just going to make delta increase. And even then, this isn't getting hit. I guess because we have nowhere to drop off the items, maybe we just need that. We need a shop. Ah, there, now it got hit. Okay, so now they're going to be Butterfingers. Yeah, so you can see them drop their items and then go pick them up again. But it's only when they're going to drop off an item there. And it's very infrequent. Time to ramp up the frequency. Let's save the game, restart. Okay, so now I think it should be happening pretty frequently. I just multiplied the chance by 10%, or by 10, yeah. But it's not when they're waiting for stuff. Oh, hey, they dropped this, and no one's going to pick it up. Oh, this person's going to pick it up. What if I pick that up, though? What if it disappears over there? They're going to pick it up, though. I want them to not do that. They dropped an item. But that was just coincidental. That they dropped on that spot. That's roughly the 0, 0 point. Look at them just hurling items everywhere. Just throwing them on the ground. I don't think this causes the problem. But it is very funny to watch. Should probably add some customers. What a day to have a curse. That was a, what, Castlevania 2? All right, well, it doesn't seem like this repros the bug. So I don't think it has to do with customers dropping items. I wonder if it has to do... Oh, wait. No. I wonder if it has to do with an item disappearing at the same time that a customer picks it up. That could be it. But why would that even make sense? Yeah. They don't disappear if dropped. They need to disappear, or else you could have way too many items show up in town. You could have like 500 items and you're just accumulating more than you can handle. I guess we could stop you from getting new items, but then that would also probably feel bad. And I think it's easier to communicate that an item disappears than that you're at a maximum that you need to figure out somehow. All right, so it probably doesn't have to do with randomly dropping stuff. Maybe it's when they disappear and a customer picks it up. So what if we just lower... Let's delete this code. What if we lower the amount of time that an item sticks around for? Ground items. Where is it? There's an equals 20 somewhere. There. Okay, so let's set the time to live to 2 seconds. So now if we do this enough times, we might see a problem. So we load this up. Any items I create should just start flashing pretty much immediately. Yeah, and they go away really fast. Okay, so now we add a bunch of workers, and we grant some items, and we just hope that we're reproing a bug right now. They ever immediately get displaced? Some perk that levels them up, or if they're called in a battle or something? No, if they're called to a battle, they slowly walk to the portal, and then when they get to the portal, they'll drop the item. If this could happen, by the way, this is going to be like a frame perfect thing that probably needs to happen. Because like I haven't seen it happen already. And we have drastically increased the odds of this happening. Look at this. This is hilarious. Go, customers, go. I'm going to increase the speed of the customers. Yeah, it's like watching a tank full of piranhas. So there's no guarantee, but I feel like if it was going to happen, that it would have happened already. Yeah. And I don't see it happening. So maybe it relies on having the warehouse. Let's just build the warehouse. They're still going to prioritize the items that are on the ground. But if there is nothing on the ground, they'll go to the warehouse. But no, this doesn't seem to be happening either. I don't know. Yeah, well, we can probably conclude it's not happening from this. Actually, we don't even need to conclude that. We we could just leave this running. If I just start a battle there and a battle there and turn on auto battle, click grant most things. So now they'll just automatically get items. And I don't need to do anything special. Although if I send them to a later location, they'll get more items. And then I guess just give them a bunch of power, level all these things up. Yeah. I'm just clicking buttons right now. But any button I click is presumably going to give them more power, which means more items. There. Okay, now we speed that up. I gave too many workers, though, so we're never seeing items drop on the ground. Oh, wait, now we probably will. I'll just click this. All right, yeah, they are popping out of the portal. Okay. Hey, and M2, how'd the doctor go? So if this is going to happen, then we'll see an item here, and it'll just get stuck there forever. So there's nothing we really have to watch all that closely for, because if we just look at this little square, that's enough. Man. I wonder. Oh, you know what we could do? We could turn on invincibility and then have them go to the last location. There, that should give way too many items now. It's not, because they're not strong enough. You little jerks. All right, I'm going to give every single skill I can possibly get. We're going to make them do maximum damage. Yeah. Get all of the points. There, okay. How often are items? Yeah, items are dropping outside the portal now. Although we still haven't seen the bug happen. Happy how it looks in the movement, so the numbness should eventually go away. Nice. So all is getting back to normal. Loot magnet. All right, well, what was my other theory here? Adventure holding it. It could be this. I haven't tested this too much. Does it require the warehouse? Require an identity disappearing? Oh, you know what it might be related to is you clicking an item, in which case I wouldn't have been testing any of that stuff. Maybe you have to click it on the same frame that it disappears. That could potentially be it. Hey, Cypher. Godot seems very user-friendly. Love the UI compared to other engines. Yeah, and I wonder how much of that is just due to like how much Godot actually exposes. There isn't a ton, I feel. I think with maturity comes a whole slew of systems that some are just being tested, some are already deprecated, but you can still use and not realize that they're not supposed to be used. Yeah, so this probably has to do with you clicking an item, and I should probably write that down. Probably has to do with clicking an item or maybe dropping it off at the same time that something else happens. The item disappearing, customer picking it up, a worker picking it up. Got way too confused. Yeah. Yeah, there are, I think each of those engines has a lot more systems in it, and then also possibly more sort of depth to some of those new systems too. Yeah, so okay, this is only going to happen if I actually click things then, huh? So I wonder if there's a way to simulate clicking on items right as they're about to expire. I can only have one held item at a time, though. I mean, we could just try clicking these at exactly the right time. It's going to be way too hard to do that. Well, I think that's the next thing we got to try. I probably forgot everything right now. Yeah, it's hard to keep all those things in mind. Even programs I use semi-frequently, I forget all of the like power user tips and tricks sometimes. Like Fruity Loop Studio has a billion shortcuts, and there are a lot of different ways of doing things. And if you haven't touched a program in like 3 months, you tend to forget that stuff. Oh, interesting. This failed. I wonder if this is... Okay, let's copy this stack before I advance past this. So what do we have here? Oh, this isn't even happening from an item thing. It's happening from a battle. Stalagmite? And what's the problem? The parent doesn't exist? No, the parent exists. Position, text, color, scenario. All of this is fine. Why is this failing right here? Oh, because that's not the... Never mind. All right, something doesn't exist. Floating text doesn't exist. Label doesn't exist. Label doesn't exist. Because the parent is no longer in battle? Parent is a node. What's their parent? Null. Interesting. And who is the parent? The mage. What? So the battle's over? Here's the battle. Can we tell if this has already been won? Stage ended. Has stage ended. Is that true? It is true. Has it been won? I guess the battle stats are set. No, that wouldn't be the case. Oh, is there any way to tell this is like fully ended? Not from this. It just has stage ended. We need to go somewhere else to figure this out. We have access to the instance, I guess. Probably. Yeah, there it is. All right, so battle.instance. Does this have something interesting for us? Ah, has battle ended. Yes. Has battle ended. It has ended. Why are we trying to create this on the mage, though? Is the Lagmite is trying to do it? Oh, because they have lifesteal. Oh my god. Oh, wow. I never thought about this. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that's a different bug. Let's write that down. So bug, when the cleric grants lifesteal to allies, and one of those allies has a projectile, possibly just stalagmite, the text can be spawned after the battle is over. Is this because of how stalagmite deals damage? Yes, it might be. Oh man, that's crazy. I mean, we should just probably have a check in here to see if the battle is done yet. This probably won't cause any major issues. It's probably just going to print a stack trace and then everything's going to be fine in the game. Yeah. Yeah. So the player would never notice. But that is interesting. This also brings up another potential cause for this. Oh, you know what? In fact, yeah, it might be. It may also have to do with a totally unrelated exception that we're unaware of, which then causes items to do something strange. Oh, I never thought about that until now. The only way to tell if this is the case, though, is to ask that person who played for the log file. I don't really have a way of contacting them, but maybe tomorrow I can ask. Send a Twitch whisper or something. Whisper Athena Dragon for their Skeleseller log file. It may have an exception that would indicate why items got stuck on the path for them. Currently manually uploading the project folder to create a pull request and it doesn't feel right. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad once you're using GitHub, because you can make a new branch and then push, and then GitHub will notice that you made a new branch and you can just click the make pull request button. You see the bases update on Obsidian? Should be kind of a big deal if you don't use the community plugins. No, what's that? Bases? Core plugin introduced in version 1.9, allowing users to create customizable databases from their notes. Oh, I've never really gotten why people would do this. Yeah, I guess if you have tabular data. Yeah, maybe. The only thing, coincidentally, I pretty much have something like this. I have a book reviews note and I made a table, but the table looks terrible because you can only control this stuff so much. Basically add a bunch of metadata to your notes. Missed that feature from Notion when I migrated to Obsidian. Yeah, I need to think about how I might use this. And then also, if I export a lot of my notes here online, I'm guessing this would not render well. Although maybe it just renders as a table or something. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break and then maybe we'll look at this issue. Try to figure out how to solve that. Yeah, I'll be back. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, chat, have fun. You can type join and then try to jump to the top. I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, sorry. What happened is, yeah, I don't know when that happened for you guys, but close the game. What happened is I had Skeleseller running, and the very bug that I mentioned that we have to fix was still gonna get hit. So, my bad. Well, I guess let's fix this issue. So, cleric grants life steal. One of those allies has a projectile. The text can be spawned after the battle's over. So the issue's coming from here. We know that the label doesn't exist because the parent, well, I guess the parent exists, but we probably can't guarantee that they're going to exist. Can we get the battle from here? The battlers all exist. These aren't just the players' battlers, are they? No, they have to be the players' battlers because we have invincibility on. So we have to have one. Then why are there 6? I'm confused by that. What are they? CS.debug print info. What is this? Game.source.dcs? I don't know. Game.source.entity component system. There we go. Okay, so this is an enemy, and they're dead. Interesting. Because the ways I can fix this, one is we stop this thing from even happening if the battle is over. And we don't actually know that the battle is over. The instance does. There's has battle ended. And that's in battle stage ended, but only in this, yeah. Yeah, so we could put that inside the battle. There's actually no reason for this to be in the instance. I think that's probably the most reasonable thing to do. We deal damage and heal wouldn't do anything. That'd be a problem though. Because there's another thing that I wanted to do at some point, which was that you could see the end of a battle. Like the end battle screen wouldn't show up for another like half second after you won. So you could see the animations play out. Would that cause any problems? Might change your healing, but otherwise, no, I don't think so. Potroll, thanks for the resub. That'd be 14 months. Okay, then I think that's what we're going to do. So let's go move this over to the battle system. So there's has stage ended. And we're going to make a public bool has battle ended. Get set. And this is going to get set from wherever instance does this. Oh, wait. No, yeah, that's fine. All right, so battle stage ended. That must be called from the battle itself. Yep. Yep. This is only one stage, though, so we need to know that the whole battle has ended. How do we know that? This stuff is inside the instance. That shouldn't be there. Should probably be in the battle system. In fact, where is this stuff used? Yuck. All right. Well, we could just make it, we could just set it through here. Battle system dot has battle ended equals true. Yeah. I don't like this, but I will do this. Yeah. So now we can do this from over here. Deal damage, heal damage. They're both pretty much the same, right? What did this call? It called deal damage, which then called heal damage. But even when we did damage dealing, it would have been a problem. So if has battle ended, just return. Oh, what are we going to return? I guess this. Deal damage result. 0. It technically didn't even deal damage, though. Dodge or miss. It doesn't matter. All right, and then heal needs to do the same thing. Can just return. And now the bug shouldn't happen anymore. Should be impossible. It was happening pretty infrequently as it was, though. So how would we test this? We should get into a situation where it can always happen. Yeah. I don't want to do this. All right, so we take out the fix I just did. And then we need to act as though we always have lifesteal. Yeah, so let's set lifesteal amount equal to 1. There. And then that's it. We just put the mage into a battle with stalagmite. I think. Shouldn't even require a cleric anymore. Because we're acting like we always have lifesteal. So we go into a battle. The timing does matter, though. So if we don't ever get to use stalagmite, then it won't happen. And we probably kill them in 1 fireball. Yeah. So the bug can't happen here. But if we go to another location, we just need to find a location where they can actually use stalagmite. Not there. Let's go to the next location. They're too powerful. Okay, not there either. And that means that here will probably work. It might be working. I guess we should get rid of Ice Blast. We should probably get rid of like everything else that we have here. And now it's just the timing thing. So we wait enough battles and it should happen. This is tedious. While that's running, how about this? Let's go change stalagmite. Because this has an animation player, and inside the animation player, we have the callback. And if I just make this like super long, if we set this to 12 seconds and then move this and move this. Actually, it can't be that long. I guess it could be 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Yeah, let's try that. I guess save. Oh, you know what we could also do? I didn't think about this. We could just lower the cooldown on stalagmite. We just make this like 0.4 seconds. Yeah, there. That should work every time now. I don't know why I didn't think of that. So now we could probably just fight in the forest, and it should happen every single time. So we'll see stalagmites pop out of the ground, but they don't actually do damage until later. Yep, that bug happened immediately. Great. Okay, so the reason we did this is to see, will my fixes actually work? So we got to put the fixes back in now. There's one, and there's the other. Yeah, now we try it. What an obscure bug. Very interesting. No one probably ever encountered this, and even if they did, there was no impact. So I'm glad we're not spending forever fixing it. So yeah, these things happen, then the battle ends, and then they resolve, but nothing bad happened now. Yeah, we're done. Okay, easy. Easy to fix. Let's set these things back to normal. Set this back to normal. This changed slightly. This should go back to normal. Okay, now it got a little bit harder to read. Yeah, nice. Time to live. This is me testing something else. This was also me testing something else. Okay, not bad. Except for this. What's that doing? Drop off item. We don't need that. We shouldn't need that. Yeah. Fix bug with stalagmite. This bug may have existed with other skills as well, but the bug went like this. The cleric grants the mage lifesteal. The mage uses stalagmite. The battle ends. Stalagmite finishes its animation and tries dealing damage. The problem is that we tried creating floating text, but the parent wasn't in the scene tree anymore. So the floating text ready function was never called. I guess that's another way we could have fixed this. I hadn't thought about that. But here we call add child. They're not actually in the scene tree. So setting the label stuff wouldn't have worked. I don't think... I don't know, actually. Yeah, I don't think the solution I have, though, is bad. As a solution, yeah, so we couldn't modify the text of the label within. As a solution, I made it so that battles return early when you try to deal damage or heal when the battle has already ended. Yeah, done. Okay. Okay, next up. Invalid destination should be obvious to players. Let's go fix this. This has been a tiny issue for a while, and I think it should be easy enough to fix now. So let's try something here. When you try dropping off an item to the extractor, for example, in fact, let's save. No, let's start a new game. No, in fact, let's quit out everything. Let's start a brand new game. I don't want any like millions of workers, that sort of thing going on. But what would help, I guess, is having a warehouse with some potions. I could just click grant items. So yeah, we save here, we click grant items, you drag a potion here, and now all 4 slots are filled. So when you try dragging another one, it's not a valid destination. So I think just spawning text saying like this, that the farm is full or something is fine, but we need to detect that you're even trying to do that. And the problem is that the extractor has a will accept item, which is returning false. So we need to know that you've tried putting an item in a thing that won't accept it, but it's only when you manually do it. So player held item. Where's drop off item? Get closest drop location. Here it is. On clicked item destination. This, the target won't accept it. So what we need to do is we need to say, if you're not holding an item, then just return. If the target won't accept an item, then we need to get the reason why. Clicked a destination that won't accept the item. To get the reason why and show something about it here. Let's try creating some floating text for this thing. This creates it with the camera. Yeah, this should be fine. Do we have the town here? Yeah, we do. Okay, so we do town, create floating text. All right, what are the parameters? Text, position, color, scenario. All right, text, testeroni, position. Position should be the target's position, I guess. Get drop off point. Yeah. Color should just be colors.red. And the scenario should be UI message. One sec. There's some stuff that's going wrong here. First of all, what is target? It's an I accepts item, which does not have this thing on it. We have to get the drop-off point eventually. Drop position equals displayed held item, not global position. I guess we could just use that. And we know that it has to exist. Why is this a question mark? Huh. Huh, indeed. Okay. we do this over here. And now hopefully there was no extra using at the top. Yeah, no. Just the stuff we need. Okay, let's try that out. So now if you try bringing a potion to an extractor and it won't fit, it'll tell you why. Load game. Did I remember to save? Yeah. All right, so the first one works. The second one doesn't work. Nice. And same thing when you click the... Oh, is that happening multiple times? Because technically this whole thing is a drop zone. Yeah, when I click the slime, it's happening twice. Presumably because they're a drop zone and because they're a target. We need to rate limit this then. Yuck. I don't want to do that. Well, where else does that happen? Let's try dragging items to the shop. So there's printing once. Oh, that's not what I expected. I mean, this is working fine, but it's kind of hard to do because the customers are taking the items. Yeah, okay. I don't think this should be too bad. Let's try with, we need to try with a bunch of other things. I guess there's no way that they can reject the item. Yeah, so we just need to rate limit this. Is there any other way to get around that? I don't think so. So to do rate limit this. And then get the reason why this thing won't work. So the reason why would have to be a string that gets returned from an I accepts item. This can identify either a specific I item destination or a proxy one. What happens if two interfaces implement the same thing? Oh, this inherits from that. Oh, God. Item drop zone. What? This isn't even a... This isn't even an I accepts item. Oh. It's I item drop zone. What inherits from that? Or what implements that? Hey, Carson. What? I see, I guess. Yeah, I see. I see. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So then what is item drop zone? Yeah, I think we need to put another I here. There. All right, well, I haven't actually fixed any problems yet. All I did is clarify where these things are going. So this has get closest drop location, and this one has get drop off point. So I think what I want to do here is say string get reason why item will not be accepted. We could just change this. It's a Boolean right now. We could just change this to a string. And when it's empty, then it won't accept the item. And I think that would be probably the best. Well, actually, is it the best? We're going to basically rerun this code. Yeah, no, it's not the best. I think we do need a separate thing. And I'll probably write a comment here. This is separate from will accept item because the reason is only needed when you're manually moving items around. So there's no need to figure out a string when, for the majority case, workers moving stuff. Someone actually understand what Adam's saying now? Yeah, and I'm happy to clarify things too. So if you're like, oh, how did you accomplish that? I don't mind sharing. Okay, so now everything needs to implement this, and if I try building, it's gonna fail. Weird, it doesn't usually ask me about what I want to rebuild. I don't actually know what I want to rebuild. The game? I should see like 7 warnings or errors, yeah. Yeah, so all of these need to implement this now. How fun. All right, well, let's copy them all. And get whatever's after the error. It's pretty much just these in every case. There. So all of these need to be changed. I'll just shrink the font size. I don't care to make that look better. Okay, let's start with the chef slime. So wherever there's will accept item, we're going to make a public string get reason that, yeah. All right, so the thing is not a potion. We're going to return only accepts potions. This does need to be made into user-facing strings at some point, but I'm going to write this pretty quickly. Oh, wait, no. It accepts potions or food. Oh, God. Oh, no. We need to know why you were clicking this. And I, as a convenience feature, allow you to click the chef slime when you really mean to click the extractor. Oh, God. Why is it called Inland? That's the brand on it. I figure, what are the odds I buy another Inland disc? So hopefully I can differentiate just from the brand. Well, any big things, Cypher. So you need to delegate further. In this case, I'm not actually sure. So the chef slime is a weird case. They're supposed to only accept food so they can cook it. However, as a convenience feature, I allow them to accept potions on behalf of the extractor. If you don't know this is even a feature, then dragging a potion to the slime and seeing the extractor is full may be confusing. Then again, why would you drag a potion to the slime if you don't know this is a feature? Yeah, okay. Well, then that answered my own question. Did the garbage slime get a promotion? No, it's a different slime. Aren't the click areas also overlapping around there? I don't think so. I think it's just the chef slime will accept different things. So, all right, how do we do this then? So if the category is not food and the category is not potions, then say the chef slime only accepts food and potions, which will be placed in the extractor. Like I said, I need to make these proper user-facing strings, so I'm just typing them out in all lowercase for right now, and we need to convert them at some point. And I'll write that down too. Localize everything we've done. Localize everything that we've done. Okay, so that's that case. So they always accept food, so there's never a question about that. But they only accept potions when the extractor is not full. So if the item category is a potion, then return town.extractor get reason why. No, this has to exist. And why is this not? Oh, because I never implemented it. Yeah. So now that is an exhaustive function, but this doesn't know that it's exhaustive. No, it's not exhaustive. This should be string.empty. Yeah. Oh, it's lowercase string.empty. Okay, so now we go code the same thing. So I think the chef slime is done. Now we're going to go over to the extractor, which is called item machine. And there should be a will accept item here. Yeah. Oh, this is virtual. Oh, God. Nothing else even inherits from this. It's just the extractor. Ah, man. Well, I guess I still did it this way anyway. Yeah, fine. That's why I said the next 12 days are going to suck. Just got to make a million changes like this all over the place. All right, so this is going to be virtual, and it's going to do nothing other than this. And then the child class, the extractor, is going to override this. Override. All right, so the extractor can only accept potions. So say the extractor only accepts potions, sure. And then we need to know if you, let me write this down. If the farm is full and you don't have the pond, say that the farm is full. If both the farm and the pond are full, say that. Yeah. So we need to know that you don't have the fishing pond. How do we even tell if you have the fishing pond? Town.fishing pond. We set this here. And this is a question mark? Yeah. Okay. So how do we know that the farm is full? We must already have that here. Max seed value allowed. I guess it's that. Will accept. Oh, God. There's this stuff too. I guess we could just check will accept item for farm. Yeah, nice. Whew. Okay, that should be easy. All right, so the farm is full. So if not will accept item for farm and the fishing pond is null, then say the farm has no empty plots available, or like seeds on all plots already. Seeds on all plots already. Something like that. And then the next thing is if the farm and the pond are full. So how about bool farm will accept item? That way we don't need to compute that again. So now if the farm won't accept the item and the fishing pond won't accept the item, then we say they're both full. Perfect. That should be that. So we've coded, what, 2 out of 7 of these things? Are there even 7? 2, 4, 6? No, there were 8. Yuck. All right, item display is next. I'm hoping these are easier as we do them. All right, so we copy this over to here. Get rid of the override. So an item display potentially has a specific item category. So if the item category doesn't match the item category of this thing, this is not equal to the item category, then say this display doesn't accept that item, that type of item. And the other case is if it's already filled. But this says this display. So when you drag to a drop zone, it might not look good. See, I guess like rate limit, how often these messages can show up. See what happens when you drag a potion to a full potion shop. Yeah, in this case, it's the item display. Okay, so fine, that's correct. And then if the item, if it's filled, if what has item. But that's, oh man. We have to take stacking into account. This display already has an item. Yeah, technically do we say something about stacking? If the item IDs match, we could say that the display is full. And try using the quick move menu. Try using the quick move menu. All right, otherwise nothing. Is there any other reason why an item display wouldn't accept an item? Either you have the wrong type or it's already full. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else. All right, so that's file number 3. Let's keep going. Recycler. Oh, the recycler is easy. Super easy. In fact, because it always accepts every item. Is will accept item already coded to be true? What? Item equals item? Oh, this isn't even the right file. I'm like, what is going on here? Yeah, it's just always set to be true. So then this will always be set to return string.empty. All right, that was easy. So we have 4 more of these. Shop is next. Okay, so the item category doesn't match. Then we say this shop doesn't accept this type of item. And what else? If it doesn't have a free item display. Which must have been the reason. Where's item destination? I need to write something for this. Note that this will only be called if will accept item returns false, so it doesn't need to check that again. All right, so shop needs to accept the type of item and it needs to have an available item display. Wait a second, which means that returning string.empty never makes any sense, right? Oh, I've made a terrible mistake. Yeah. Are we refactoring? No, I'm implementing a new feature right now. When you try dragging items between things, it doesn't tell you why it won't work. It just doesn't work. So if I put a potion here, it works. If I put another one there, it works. If I try dragging another one there, it used to just not say anything. But now it says testeroni. And it will say why it won't accept it. So in this case, it's going to say the shop is already full. And in this case, it'll say the extractor is full. And in this case, it might say like the weapon shop doesn't accept potions. So I think that's going to really help people out. And that alone is probably why we should push today too. The press gets access to Next Fest games ahead of Next Fest. So some people might start playing Next Fest even as early as, or sorry, might end up playing the demo that we have as early as tomorrow. What shape is the testeroni noodle? It's spaghetti. The trick question. All right, so in this case, we could just say something like return this shop is full. Which means that we could have done that here. Like we didn't even need the has item thing. We know that it must have an item. Oh, current item is in flight. Ugh. Ugh, indeed. So if current item is in flight, what do we even say? I don't know, item in flight. I'll just do that for now. Hey, Monkey. Curious about something. I suppose you use Vim in VS, right? No, I don't. What else? What else? Technically, none of these should ever return empty. Yeah. Technically, I guess as a result, this function should almost never return an empty string. I should pretty much just say never. The only time this function should return an empty string is when will accept item always returns true. How do you do it without Vim motions? So the biggest things that I use for navigation are switching tabs, of course. So just, going left and right in the tabs that I have. And I have that on my mouse as well. And then going to a specific file, which for me is Command P. So I type something like this, type recycler, press enter, and I'm in the file. Then going to a specific function, which for me is Command R. So I go to a file first, and then I'm like, oh, let's look at will accept item, and I'm on that function now. And then, yeah, just moving the arrow keys and stuff. But I find that going to a function is generally enough to put you within, like 3-4 lines of where you want to be anyway, unless it's a gigantic function. Okay, so where did I just leave off with that? The shop. This is maybe done. God, this is going to be so difficult to test. Some people never see this. All right, next up is the tavern. Tavern. Will. Oh my God, what is happening right now? Hopefully I didn't just delete a bunch of stuff. Will accept item. So this is based on whether the item bin will accept the item. So I guess we can just forward this to that. Return item bin dot. No, that's probably not smart. What does this do? Quest will accept item or false? Can we just say this is not a quest item? Or no, we'd have to know whether it was a quest item, but you've already turned in as many as you need for that. So I guess we'll give reason why. All right, so the tavern is done too now. Now we have item bin. Okay, so all we know is that the quest won't accept the item. But it'd be nice for you to know if it did accept it at some point. Are the objectives public? Okay, we could technically access that, but that's probably stupid. We should probably make a Boolean here saying something like, did ever accept item? item, yeah, this. It's probably not a great name for that. Okay, so now in here we say if the quest is null, then return you are not on a quest. Otherwise, if the quest did ever accept the item, then we say something like, you've already turned in all of that item that was needed. Again, we're going to massage these strings, so they all look pretty bad. Otherwise, we say that is not a quest item. And that should be done. And now we have one more thing, and it's the storeroom. All right, so the storeroom doesn't accept an item when it doesn't have an available slot. The warehouse is full. All right, there. I think we've coded everything now. But we probably need to look through some of those again because I've got some empty strings somewhere. This is a mess. Yeah, like this. All right, so let's just mark all the ones we have. Chef slime. Extractor. Item display. Yeah, those three. Chef slime, extractor, item display. These can return an empty string. They should not be able to. All right, so what are the reasons why you wouldn't be able to accept an item? Oh, that's very clever. Okay, wait. Let me think about this then. So we just delete this and delete this. And we're good. Oh, this is so confusing. What code editor do I use? I use VS Code. All right, let's think about this. If you drag a weapon to the chef slime, it's going to say they only accept food. If you drag food to them, this function will never get hit. If you drag a potion to them and the extractor is full, then we just care about what the extractor has to say about it. All right, so I think that one's done. So now we go over to the extractor. It only accepts potions. Farm has that, or the farm and the fishing pond is full. That's the only way this can possibly happen. Yeah, so we delete this. Okay, and one more, and it's item display. What's going on in here? There. How do you do the thing where you compare changes in history? So to start with, your VS Code probably looks something like this. And like this. Right? So to start with, you click. I never look at these icons, so I don't know which button it actually is. You click the source control button. So it's the third one down for me. And then that's going to show you what changes you have. If it doesn't show anything or it says you don't have a Git repo open, then you need to open VS Code from a repo. So the way that I do this is my shortcut for VS Code is just S. So in my Skeleseller folder, I just open S dot. So you would type something like code dot probably. And just make sure that corresponds to something with a .git folder. So assuming you opened up a folder that has a .git folder, then this tab will show something. And then from here, you could either click any of these files to see the individual diffs, or you could click this button, the little paper with a plus and a minus, and see all of the diffs and just scroll through every single one of them. And now I'm going to put this back to where it was, here and here. Okay, so I think we've coded all of this, but now I need to test it all. Won't that be fun? Okay, so we need every possible destination, but not all at once. So here we're gonna put a potion in and then try to put another potion in. Oh, ugh. I forgot to call it function. All right, so this is gonna be the reason why it won't accept it. String reason equals that. There. I shouldn't have generated dumb potions. The extractor only accepts potions. Okay, so that's wrong. Why is that happening? Oh, that's supposed to say not equal to. Oh, of all the things that could have been buggy, I would not have expected me to invert a Boolean statement there. Whatever. It's easy to fix. All right, so we try putting this in, and it says the farm seeds on all plots already. Okay, I meant to write has, but again, that doesn't really matter because we need to massage all of the strings. Okay, so then what does this say if I drag over to here? Yeah, same thing. Okay, so what if I try dragging a weapon to the chef slime? The chef slime only accepts food and potions, which will be placed in the extractor. Yeah, these can't be very long messages. I gotta write that down. The messages should be as short as possible, since they won't show for very long. Also, what happens when you're zoomed out? Ugh. I mean, it's better than nothing. And I guess you would know to zoom in if you tried doing that, but yeah, yuck. Okay, let's test every code path that we have here. So the extractor only says potions. Okay, so now we need the fishing pond. And we need to fill up the fishing pond with fish. Oh, which I could just do like that. So now if I try dragging a potion over to here, it says the farm and fishing pond are full. Cool. Sounds good. All right, so all of that's been tested. Now let's just go down the list. So Chef Slime. Chef Slime only accepts food and potions. We already tested that. And I guess we should test this too. Yep, that's fine. Cool. We already did that. Item bin is next. So let's get the tavern. All right, so we're not on a quest, and we try dragging a potion over here. And it says you are not on a quest. So now we're on a quest, and we try dragging this over here. And it says that's on a quest item. And then we go to a quest that accepts yellow potions. Okay, so let's go do that. Yellow potions come from here. So we're just going to do this until we get enough yellow potions. And I guess create a bunch of workers. Now I can just drag them here myself. Too many items. I need 3 more of these. I'm trying not to get boots, which is why I'm not cheating all of the items into the game. Because if I got boots, then I wouldn't necessarily be able to test this properly. Okay, there. Now I need 1 more yellow potion. And when I try dragging a yellow potion, it should say that you've already turned in as many of the yellow potions as you need. So let's get this over to here. Yeah, you've already turned in all of that item. Cool. And if I try turning this in, it says that's not a quest item. Perfect. Okay, someone's done. Item display is next. So we tried dragging a cloak over here. This display doesn't accept that type of item. The shop doesn't accept that type of item. There's technically a case where you're trying to put something in as an item is flying in, but it's... I'm not gonna try that out. Otherwise, the display already has an item. I don't even know how we test that. Shop is full. Because if I click this, it's gonna swap. Yeah, there is no way to try that. Huh. Okay, well, that's fine. All right, item machine doesn't matter. Recycler doesn't matter. Shop, we already just tested. I think I tested it. What happens if I try dragging a potion over here? Yeah, it doesn't accept the type of item. Okay, cool. Storeroom is just the warehouse is full. Let's go get the storeroom. Warehouse is full. Sounds good. And the final thing is the tavern, which we tested. Cool. So all that's working. I think this is a decent change. I wonder how we could show this a little bit better. We could pop up a little thing over here. I could try it. We could see if that feels better. It might not. Isn't there a create notification? Yeah, create ephemeral notification. Just a string and a color. All right, and then we put this in the player held item. All right, so instead of this, we do town.create ephemeral notification, reason colors.red. All right, is this better? So you saw what was happening just there. Now it's going to show in a little notification bubble. So if I try doing this, now obviously you wouldn't click like 14 times, but do you think that's a better way of showing this error? Than just having text on the cursor? I think text on the cursor would be fine if it was always zoomed in enough for you to see. You like the notifications better? I mean, they certainly catch your attention. Easy to read too? Yeah, okay, that's all true. Okay, yeah, let's use that then. So now all we need to do is rate limit this, because right now if you tried, well, it's only this one place where this happens, I think. If you try bringing an armor to the slime, it prints out 2 of these. So we need to rate limit this. Also, I think something weird is happening when these things are exiting. Yeah, they're like flashing really quickly. It's not a big deal. No, it didn't happen there. Oh, it's only when they move up. Wait, is that true? Yeah, it's when you have two that are different times. No, that's not true. Is it only when you have like a million of them? Yeah, there we saw that weirdness happen. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's just that they're disappearing. Maybe it's not even a bug. I don't know. Okay, so rate limiting. Let's go look at our rate limiting code. It's called throttler. Yeah, this. And we want to do this from player held item. Guess we don't need that. Let's put this in here. So we're going to call this something like invalid destination throttler. And close everything else we have open. I want to go back to this and see how we built this. We make a new one of these, show sludge warning. Oh, this is super easy. Would you look at that? There is no ready in here. What is this thing? It's a node. Well, you're about to have a ready. Throttler. All right, so this can only happen once every like quarter second. Yeah. I don't know how quickly you're going to rapidly click and expect to see the same error happen multiple times. We might even set this to half a second. But I think a quarter is probably fine. And then this is going to be the show. Oh, how do we do this? I don't think I've ever parameterized this. We need private void show invalid destination warning for a target. And that's where all of this is going to go. This to do is gone. Please tell me this works. I don't remember how I coded this. Drat. Okay. We need a way of making it so that it can take parameterized methods. And then instead of calling whatever I did down here, this would be this. And it would work somehow differently. I think it's execute or something like that. Yeah, execute. Oh, which is why this won't actually function. Because we have to queue these things up. Oh, God. Yeah, that's too bad. So we need to recode this throttler. How does this function? Action.invoke. And the action is an unparameterized action. Oh man, I don't even know how to do this in C#. I want to pass in a function of any arity into this and then invoke it with any parameters you might have passed in, but make sure that they're type safe with this thing. So I guess we'd use generics on the throttler, which then the action would get, which then execute would get. So maybe that would work. So we say throttler T, where T is anything and any number. Generic C# allow any number or allow any arity. I don't know how to do this. They do not support arbitrary arity. Well, then we need a collection of what we're going to pass in. Can you... Is this just saying I'm not using this? Yeah. So I want this to be an action T, and then execute takes in a T arg and invokes this here. action, T, action. We need to save that off there too. Yeah. And same thing with this. Tick. What is this? A timer? Which means we need to save off the last thing you tried calling this with. Oh, God. Okay, there's another way we can code this. We could just keep track of when we last called this and not do a throttler. And that's much easier. So let's do that. Not gonna bother. And I guess I'll write that in here. If you want a parameterized throttler, I just wanted to type out the CC ref stuff for me, throttler. And the F12, yeah, it goes to that. If you want to parameterize one, it's probably better to just implement this at the call site rather than try to make this class generic. Okay, so yeah, instead of a throttler, we're just going to keep track of when this was last called. And for that, I think we need a long last, oh, a date time. Date time would be fine. I think a long would also be fine. Isn't there a way of getting like how many system current time millis or something? Ticks. I don't know what I'm searching for. Ah, yeah, there it is. Okay. So we say invalid destination. Last time showing invalid destination warning. Yeah, and then in ready, we just delete this whole function. And our throttler thing that we have, show invalid destination warning, this is just going to say long elapsed time. It's not get ticks msec. It's datetime now ticks. Datetime now ticks. And if the elapsed time is less than, let's say, 0.25, then just return. There, that's it. That's our throttler. And now this can just say show invalid destination. Okay, let's try it. You have a not defined amount of T, maybe params helps. It's not worth trying to clarify, but yeah, we could have done something. Well, actually, no, I don't think we could have done anything variadic there if we don't support variadic generics. But yeah, like I said, it's probably not worth it, but thank you, Rick. Okay, so now when we try this out, if we try dragging a cane over to here, it should only print once. It's still printed twice. Oh, because I never set the last time. Yeah. Okay, let's try that again. Okay. We're still getting it twice. 1, 2. Yeah, that's fine. But then the second one shouldn't actually show anything. So the elapsed time is, oh, it's gigantic. Oh, we got to divide. I must have done that over here and I just didn't realize that I had done that. Yeah, divided by time span ticks per second. There. Then we got to localize all this stuff. I mean, we're making good progress today, but this is, I'm going to sound like a broken record. This is the kind of stuff I was talking about when I said the next 12 days are going to be difficult. I don't even mind solving this problem, but when I look back at like, what did we accomplish for the player? Some players are going to click this and now they're going to see a message and then they're going to know, oh, that doesn't go there now. And that's it. We just spent like an hour doing this and we've still got more work we need to do with this too. So if I just click this super rapidly, only every quarter second, that doesn't feel like a quarter second. That's strange. No, that definitely doesn't feel like a quarter second. What's going on here? Huh. I don't know. All right, let's just print the elapsed time. Is the tick rate not steady? I think that's a constant. Yeah. Grant items. Get this thing in here. Oh, it's, I see. I'm doing it in a long, so it's truncating. Yeah. Yeah. So this should have been a double. Or just any one of these should have been a double. And now this is failing because, let's make this a double. We'll get there. Yeah, that should do it. Now it should work every quarter second. Honestly, it would have been okay if it had been 1 second, but it would have been confusing from a code perspective. Because I don't think a player is going to really try spamming something like this, but maybe they will. Yeah. So should we slow that down at all? Yeah, maybe every half second. It feels too fast. All right, anyway, that's it. I'm not even going to test that. I'd make it not show again until the same message was dismissed. I don't think I'm going to code that. Like, if you were truly trying to polish every part of this, you might do that. But I think players are just going to not spam click when they see that error popping up a bunch. Also, maybe this should be made yellow and not red. I don't really care. Okay. So what do we have left to do? We have localization left to do. Rate limiting is done. See what happens when you drag a potion to a full potion shop. Did I test that? This shop is full. Yeah. Oh, I did not test the quick move menu stuff. Yeah, let's go try that. This will be interesting. I'm not actually totally sure what's going to happen here. All right, so we try putting this in the shop. It says this shop is full. Try putting it in question mark, question mark, question mark. It doesn't do anything. What even are those things? The tavern. And that's the warehouse. And that's the recycler. So we don't actually even have those. That's fine. Let's go get the tavern. And now we try dragging this to the tavern. And it says you are not on a quest. Perfect. Let's get the warehouse. And try putting this in the warehouse. It says the warehouse is full. Cool. I like it. Yeah. Nice. Now that actually is a reason why we might want to make these go faster. Because let's say I just mash. No, actually it's still fine. I think it's fine. Oh, for gitignore, so there's a great site for this. Go to gitignore.io and type in something like Godot here. And there's your gitignore. So if you're ever working with a new language or technology, this is a good template file that'll ignore the stuff that are like build files or debug stuff or object files or something like that. Yeah. Okay, everything is looking really, really good here. This is done. At least I think it's done. I'm pretty sure we did, yeah. So the only thing we haven't done is the thing about stacking. If you've, like, the way this would work is if you unlocked item stacking, and if the item is the same as the item you're holding, and it won't fit, that we could say that stack is at the maximum size. But I think it's fine to just say this display already has an item. I think that's okay. I think it's going to be pretty clear to you that it won't fit because there's an item there. So now all we have is the localization stuff to do. What time is it? It's noon, and I started earlier than I normally do, so it's been like 4 hours of streaming with one break. So I should probably get lunch pretty soon. We should probably finish this task. It's just so boring. It's so boring. I feel very much like Harry Potter in book 6. Or I guess Dumbledore in book 6. Like, stop me from drinking this stupid potion. Yeah, fine, let's finish this up. I just don't want to do it. Okay, all of that's fine. This is fine. Except for the name. You want to fight the final boss already? I don't actually know what I want right now. What I think I want is for people to be dying to play Skeleseller. They're dying to get in. Yeah, for people to want to play Skeleseller. But I'm not actually sure that that's what I want. Like, let's say Next Fest happens and there's some like ludicrous amount of wish lists, 100,000 wish lists. Am I happier to be doing this work as a result of that? Because I think I might be. I think that if I know this is going to pay off, then great. Like if you know you've only got 500 users and there's a 1% chance of something happening, then you know you're going to have about 5 users experience that thing. So you might say, it's not worth it. Like 1% is pretty small, 5 users is pretty small. If you have 500,000 people playing a game and you have percentages like 5% or 10%, all of a sudden you're talking about lots and lots of people. And it's harder to just say, yeah, let's ignore it. At least for bugs. If there's a feature request where only 1% of your user base wants it, you might still ignore it. But anyway, that's kind of what I think. If we know we have a lot of people who are interested in the game, then we know that whatever I'm doing is probably going to get experienced by those people. But like this little error message thing that we're doing here, will people see this? Will they be like, oh, okay, I understand how that works? And yeah, I think so. Why would I want Git to ignore these files? So those are files that are typically either generated files that you wouldn't want to check in because anyone else can generate it themselves, or because they're like log files, which are also generated files. So imagine you have something like, I don't know, like saved file at, C/Adam/whatever. It's like, this doesn't matter to other developers for you. Maybe there are settings files for something specific to you. So like you configure your path to be your own name, and I'm on Mac and I don't even use a C drive, for example. So any files that don't make sense for other developers to get is why you'd ignore them, because they'll never make it to Git. Hey, Vafi. Don't focus too hard on the numbers. It can be as much of a positive thing as a negative thing. Yeah, I generally agree with that. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you know you've got a bunch of people interested, it'll probably change your prioritization. Like, let's say you're working on a hobby project. Let's say it's a game, and maybe it's a Tetris clone or something like that. You can be reasonably certain that you will never get a ton of players because it's a Tetris clone, and probably get shut down for being a Tetris clone. Or let's say it's not an exact clone. Let's say it's a Tetris-esque kind of game. Maybe you're not marketing it. Maybe, I don't know, you just don't think people are going to play it for some reason. I think you'll have a pretty good idea of whether people even like it. Then yeah, there's probably not too much of a reason to make sure it's high quality. But if you're trying to make a business, then I think it's worth having that validation and understanding whether you should move on. Because yeah, let's say you're trying to make the next Facebook and you have like 10 interested people. You probably should stop working on that project altogether. So I don't think you can totally ignore metrics for this stuff. It's important when your user base is insanely big. Yeah, the reason I'm even prioritizing this stuff now is because I see friction points for players. And the way I look at it is every friction point is a chance to like bail on the game. So if you reduce the friction points, then they might still not like your game, but at least they won't like your game as a result of the game. I don't want it to be as a result of like, well, the game crashed or something. Like, no game wants to crash. A Tetris clone, but with merge mechanics and ads and microtransactions. If your personal goal is to have commercial success, there's a different kind of pressure and risk. Yeah, I agree with this. Although I don't think it's just Twitch chat. I think this is part of the whole, just the more perspective you have on something, the more you'll understand where someone else is coming from. And if you've never tried making a project monetarily successful, I think it's hard to understand the just even deadlines. When I was working on Botland, that was mostly for fun. I'd say like 95% for fun. And 5% was ostensibly for business. But was it? I don't even know. And as a result, I pursued things in a certain order, in a certain way. I prioritized things in a certain way that just led to it not being a good business. And possibly there was no route for it to become a business. But in that case, the business oriented person would have then bailed from the project at some point. Yeah. Yeah, I think some amount of jank is okay if there is a compelling enough hook for you to keep playing the game. Like if you've played enough games, and you've probably played a game that just felt so broken at the beginning that you couldn't even really have fun with it. I actually just tried a game yesterday. It was called what, Giga Apocalypse. It was the like free Epic game, and I probably played for like 3 minutes before uninstalling. It just wasn't fun to me. It didn't hook me. And then I looked up reviews. I'm like, is it just me? And some other people kind of said the same thing. I think that game, possibly, if I were to say it suffers from something, and I've experienced it for a very small amount of time, is not setting expectations correctly. Like, it looked to me like I'd be controlling this giant monster and like smashing buildings and stuff, and it turned out to be a clicker game. And I just wasn't expecting that. And I'm not saying it's a bad game as a result of that. It just wasn't for me. The free Epic game wasn't a great deal. I had that happen with whatever the other free Epic game was from the week before, or maybe 2 weeks before. I don't remember what it was though. Oh yeah, there won't be microtransactions in this game. I'm working on my own game. I need to pack everything into the first 15 minutes so the player can see what they're getting into. Because if they don't enjoy the first 15 minutes, they won't enjoy the rest. Yeah, this is a perfect encapsulation of the difference between working on something for fun and working on it for a potential business. If you're doing this for fun, then nothing you do matters as long as you're having fun. And people have fun from different things. So you could have fun working for 40 hours on a login system, but probably you should be spending your time elsewhere. This idea is why an MVP and just validation is so important. If you show your game to other people and they're like, I don't really get it, then it's like, okay, probably need to focus on the new player experience. But if you're making it for fun, you might just launch it at the end and be like, people like it, they like it. The problem with that, I think, in general, is that most people aren't going to make a game that's liked by enough players to be monetarily successful without that validation. If you zoom out, the customers make lots of microtransactions. Oh, that's pretty funny. Okay, so we're going to localize this stuff. And we already have this here, and we only have, what, one message? So what are we going to call this? The invalid destination. Yeah, this. Messages that get invalid destination. Okay, so private const string invalid destination. All right, what are we saying for this? The chef slime only accepts food. Only accepts crops, I guess. Food? Well, what does the message say when you click them? Bring me food. Yeah, okay. So then I'll say food. And potions, which will be placed in the extractor. Cool. Yeah, that all sounds fine. All right, so that one's done. Now for the extractor. If we already have the localization stuff at the bottom, which we do, thankfully, then this is a lot easier. So we have 3 messages here. So this one is messages.get invalid destination only potions. Private const string invalid destination only potions. And we should technically pass in the machine name, I guess. Why is this even here? Get extractor name. The machine name only accepts potions. Which means now this is parameterized, so we need to do messages.get extractor name. Otherwise, we have these messages. This is going to be messages.get invalid destination farm full. This says the farm has seeds already has seeds on all plots. Yeah. It's intentionally a very succinct message. We could phrase this a little bit more casual or friendly, but I don't think it's necessary. So then this is going to be message get farm and pond full. And what did it say? The farm and the fishing pond are full. Farm and the fishing pond are both full. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Item bin. We did not localize this. So it is time to localize it. Good thing I wrote out a snippet to make this easier. Okay. So we have you are not on a quest. So this is messages.get invalid destination not on quest. Invalid destination. It should type it out for me. Yeah, you are not on the quest. Looks good. All right, the other one is invalid destination already turned in. No more needed. That's pretty good. You've already turned in all the items needed for this quest. That's not actually it. You have already turned in all of that item for this quest. Can we make this clearer? Already turn in all of that item for this quest. You have already fulfilled. We could just use the item name, right? You've already turned in all. Yeah, what if we just said item name? This is going to look a little bit weird because when you fill it in with something, it'll say something like, you've already turned in all fire sword. We can't pluralize this dynamically because you can't just add an S to everything and have it be pluralized. And even if you could, other languages might work differently. But I think that's okay. I think people are sort of used to this in games. But is there a better way of saying that? All fire sword needed for this quest. Needed by this quest. Yeah, let's start with that. See where that takes us. So this is item.display name. Yeah. And the final one is that is not a quest item. Is that a Z? Invalid destination, not quest item. That is not. Or maybe we should say item name is not a quest item. Yeah, item display name. Or maybe we could say fire sword is no longer needed by this quest. Fire sword, you have already turned in all. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, sure. Great. Whatever. Move on. Okay, so item display. Let's go do that one. Item display. Conditional strings based on quantity sounds like a nightmare for some reason. Yeah, especially for localization. So this display doesn't accept that type of item. Get invalid destination, wrong type. private. It should know what I want to type out here. It doesn't. Why even wait for the AI? This display, item display, doesn't accept that type of item. Should we say something like this item display accepts weapons or something like that? No, I think that's fine. It's been fun as it's a very word heavy app, lots of instructions. Yeah, that does sound fun. Item in flight should rarely show up. In fact, I don't even, how do you trigger this? Make item fly to display. You have a 0.6 second window where this could even happen. I'll just write a message for it, but I don't know if this is gonna ever happen. Get invalid destination item in flight. Oops, I forgot the T. Where'd that go? An item is currently traveling to that display. Item display doesn't accept that type of item. This versus that, what should we be saying here? This quest, not an A quest. What does this one say? The extractor, the farm, and the fishing pond. And this one says the chef slime. So if we're saying the, then we should probably say that here. Yeah. That item display doesn't accept that type of item, and item is currently traveling to that display. Yeah, sure. And the last one is already has an item. Should be able to fill this out. Get invalid destination already has item. Cool. All right, how many more of these? How many more of these things before I'm finally done? Shop and storeroom and tavern. 3. Easy to get dejected doing this stuff. All right, so there are only 2 messages here. Doesn't accept the type of item and shop full. Oh, that's not bad. At least the AI is learning. Shop doesn't accept the type of item, then shop's full. Wow, that was easy. Okay, next up is storeroom. Oh. What's going on here? Cool. So what are our messages for this? It's just one, the warehouse is full. Get invalid destination storeroom full, yeah. Now this should have the name of the warehouse passed in, which I don't think is ever... The warehouse is full. I don't think we ever pass in the name, do we? Huh, we don't. Yeah, we don't. Strange. I guess the signs are the only place where the name shows up. Well, anyway, only the warehouse is in the game right now, so I guess saying the warehouse is full is fine. And the final thing is the tavern. Let's get this one done too. Oh, we don't have anything special here because it goes to item bin. Did I do item bin already? I did. Well. Then this stuff can be deleted. So 5 hours before lunch. I'm gonna get lunch soon. We just got to test every single case again. All right, let's start with the chef slime. The chef slime has 1 message. So it should be pretty easy. We try dragging a helmet there. And it says the chef slime only accepts food and potions, which will be placed in the extractor. Cool. So now we try dragging this here, and it says the farm already has seeds on all plots. Maybe we should fill in the rest of that sentence for them, as in like, so the extractor won't accept an item. But if we build the fishing pond and put these in, the farm and the fishing pond are both full. Okay, and if I try dragging a weapon there, the extractor only accepts potions. Why not use keywords? I don't think it's necessary. I think this is only going to really affect people who are new to the game or who are using the quick menu too fast. And in most cases, I think this is a good starting point. The other thing, by the way, there's sort of an implicit understanding with any of this stuff, which is like, I will still listen to player feedback. So we just need something that seems good enough at first. And if there are rough edges, we can prioritize later whether we want to fix that. Also, please do not segment messages. Yeah, players who don't like reading, though, what they're going to see is, oh, a warning popped up. I won't even read it. I just know I can't drag this thing there. So I think it's still going to work out to be fine. All right, item bin is next. Item bin has 3 messages. Let's go try them all out. All right, so one is you're not on a quest. The other is that it's not a quest item. Bow is not a quest item. And the other is that you've already exhausted the full quantity of this. Excuse me. There's no easy way to do this, is there? Yeah, we need to just get enough yellow potions. There's a yellow potion. No, I can't grab it. Oh, this is the worst. I didn't cheat in a way for me to just get yellow potions. Probably would have been faster to code one than to do things this way. There's one. I need this to exist so I can get rid of everything around it. Wait, did that not work? No, it did. Got it. Okay. We need 2 more. Actually, technically 3 more. Okay, you know what? Whatever. I'm doing this the easier way. There. Now we just repeat that battle a couple times. And we have enough. Cool. Got it. Got it. Where's the last one? There. All right, error message should show up now. You have already turned in all yellow potion needed by this quest. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. Item display. This had, what, 3 of these? Doesn't accept that type of item or already has an item. Okay, so we try this here. That item display doesn't accept that type of item. And already has an item. I don't know how you even trigger that. I guess if you tried dragging another yellow potion to something that already has a potion. I'm not even positive that works. No, it just, no. Yeah, I don't know how you even trigger that one, but whatever, it's probably fine. And what else do we have? Recycler doesn't have a thing. Shop we already tested. Shop is full. It doesn't accept the type of item. That shop is full. Looks good. Storeroom is just that the warehouse is full. Yep. And the final things we already tested. Yeah, that's everything. Oh, what a feature. So we fixed 748 here. Add messages about invalid item destinations. Fixes 748. Yeah, there's really not too much to say beyond that. Let's see if the code looks good now. Item source. We know that's got to exist at that point. Yeah. Yeah, very cool. Okay. All right, not bad. Not bad. And we already just tested everything. Okay. Yep, yep, yep. Yep. Cool. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's done. Let's sync so that we get to watch that turn purple up at the top there. Done. All right, yeah. So the rest of the to-do list is here. I don't want to stream for a crazy amount of time today, and I've already just streamed for 4 hours and 22 minutes. So I'll take my lunch break, and then maybe we try to aim for like 2 more hours. Yeah. I would like to push a new build. Unacceptable. You will work for 8 hours. Yeah, I've been pretty happy about this. Hey, Steve. Doing a great job on Skeleseller. Have you considered making it so that the game window could live at the bottom or side of the monitor like Rusty's retirement? No, I think we would have needed to design the entire game like that from the ground up. You can shrink the window if you want to, but it's actually, I guess it depends on your monitor resolution. But yeah, if you really wanted to, you could shrink the window. You could start like minimizing things. It's not really designed for this though. So like the town menu is going to take up a lot of space, but I guess you could zoom out and you could still kind of have the game play like that. But yeah, this was meant to be like it's got your focus. I assume, and I haven't played Rusty's Retirement, I assume there are periods of time where there's not much for you to do. So you are trying to idle. In Skeleseller, I didn't want it to be like a traditional idle game where you're just sitting around waiting for stuff a lot of the time. Has a lot of computation in decimals. Any general tips or approaches you prefer around dealing with rounding and balancing things out? I don't think it would have too much of an impact on game design. I think it would only come to like the UI or possibly the way I'd see it affecting the game design would be if it's in the realm of like human non-understandable numbers. So like let's say you're doing, 4 billion damage per hit or something like that. It's like it's kind of hard to tell what's the difference between, this number at a glance and like this number at a glance. I mean, these digits would probably be different too. You can't really easily see how much these differ. Whereas if you compare 4 and 8 or like 2000 and 2400 or something like that, you can compare those numbers more easily. That's the sort of game design part. As far as how to handle it from an implementation perspective, I think you need to consider whether you need some sort of big number implementation. Like, will you overflow 32 bits of whatever integer type you're using? Or it wouldn't be an int type, I guess. And it wouldn't really be overflowing. It's, do you need more precision? Or do you need some like mega numbers in your game? Uh, yeah, I don't know if that brain spew helped. Hey, Mikros. Hey, Ryan. Can you hover it so it doesn't clear it until you've read them? You're saying if I were to like do this and then just hover over this, like this timer does stop if you hover over this. So that, yeah, if you need to read this, you can. Although for these messages, I think it's not really a big deal. Only goofed with it briefly so far. I thought you were shooting more for an idle game that you can let run and mess with from time to time. Yeah, I don't want to do that. And if the game feels that way now, it might just kind of be a pacing issue. Then again, there's not a lot to do in the game. I'm in this kind of weird territory where I really just want the game to be fun. So if enough people say it's fun, then cool, it's working. But in general, if I had to design it from the top down, I'd say it's not really supposed to be super idle. For day 2, can you pull Twitch chat names and place them over shoppers' heads? For day 2? I'm not sure what you mean by that. But yeah, we actually had that We have that on a branch. Kevin did that work. Or maybe it was for, yeah, I think it was for customers. But I didn't want to keep that. Oh, post release. Yeah, part of me wonders how would players even find this stuff? Like it only matters for streamers, right? So a streamer wants to play Skeleseller. Are they going to look for Twitch integration? Actually, what would be kind of interesting is like detecting if OBS is running and then being like, "Hey, it looks like you're a streamer. Do you want to turn on this feature?" But I don't think it adds a whole lot to the game. I think there need to be like more Twitch interaction. Maybe players are controlling customers or they're somehow changing your game. Anyway, I'm going to go take my lunch break, like I said. I'll be back in about an hour probably. Or I don't know, whatever. I'll be back when I'm back. Thank you all for watching. Don't forget to wishlist Skeleseller on Steam, etc., etc. Goodbye. For real, yeah, see you. Take care.